This conference will now be recorded.
Good morning, everyone. We're going to go ahead and get started with roll call. We have Commissioner Anaya is here, not in the room at the moment. Commissioner Powers. Commissioner Powers.
Yes.
Commissioner Brennan.
Yes.
And I am here. All right, let's go ahead and stand for invocation and then pledge and salute. Okay, dear Lord, thank you for this beautiful day and the opportunity to be here together to do your work and the work of the town. I pray that you give us wisdom and discernment in our decisions in Jesus' name.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. I salute the flag of the state of New Mexico and to see a symbol of perfect friendship among the United cultures.
Okay, need a motion to go into closed executive session.
Madam Chair,
Commissioner Powers.
I'd like to make a motion pursuant to section 10-15-1H7 New Mexico statutes that we go into closed session for confidential discussion regarding pending litigation, Miguel et al. Versus John Bassett, related Court of Appeals case A1-CA39388 update, and pursuant to the same section for confidential discussion regarding litigation, possible litigation on 171B State Road 344 Edgewood Elementary School South Building.
Okay, we'll do this on roll call.
Second.
Or you have a second? Okay, roll call. Commissioner Brennan?
Aye.
I vote aye. Commissioner Powers?
Aye.
And Anaya?
Aye.
Okay, we're in closed session at 9:04.
Well, at least I can eat my donut. Coming?
Session 9:59, need a motion for that. To come back
Madam Mayor, I
into,
make a motion, we come back in open session.
I'll second.
it's been moved by Commissioner Brennan and seconded by Powers?
Yeah.
Okay. To come back into open session, we'll do roll call vote on that. Commissioner Brennan?
Aye.
I vote aye. Powers?
Aye.
Anaya?
Aye.
Okay, and, we just need affirmation, so I affirm that only the items on the agenda were discussed in closed session, and I have no conflicts of interest.
I so affirm.
I so affirm.
And I so affirm.
Okay, and as far as decisions, I'm gonna make a motion here. I move, to not take legal action against the Moriarty Edgewood School District at this time in hopes to attain intergovernmental cooperation for what is in the best interest of the taxpayers in the continued use of the Edgewood Elementary South Building, as the town is willing to pursue an agreement to cover repairs and insurance.
I'll second that motion.
Discussion?
Just as long as this doesn't preclude us in the future, if we have to go that route.
Okay, I think that is a true statement.
Madam Chair?
Commissioner Powers?
Just so that the people understand what's going on in the sake of transparency, I think it's important to note that when the Edgewood Elementary School was shut down as an elementary school, that a lot of the people of Edgewood were really against that. There was a lot of conflict around it. The school board, as a sort of consolation prize, I think, put in their master plan facilities, which they adopted. It's an official document, that the school would not be closed, the building would not be closed, it would be utilized for any useful purpose for the community, that it was to be eventually a community center for the town of Edgewood. And now that it's like a bait and switch where they are now saying, we're gonna take away what we promised you about the use of that building. I think it's a really important issue. I'm getting a lot of input from constituents. They do not want that building closed. They want it used. And it's currently being used as a pre-K, which is a useful purpose for that building. And the school board has actually sent a notice to vacate that building and terminate the use for the pre-K. So they're trying to portray it as an abandoned building, and an abandoned building is one for which there's no useful purpose and nobody wants to use it, and that's just not the case with this building.
You know, that is true. It is definitely not abandoned, and I did read the article that was in the paper that you know, there was a lot of things in there that were simply not the truth at all. And I've tried to straighten that out with sending some information to the school board, the superintendent and the school board members, but I will address a few of those here just on that topic. First of all, I was not on the school board when that master plan was put into place. My last meeting packet that I had was January of 17. I suppose I could have been in the meeting in February, but the election of the two new board members was in February of 17. So I assume they would have attended the meeting in February. Then there was a consultant that came in March and said, hey, this is the process of the master plan, and you know, this is what's going to be happening. I don't believe I was even in that meeting. Then they had a draft, not until the fall. So in September, they had a draft of the master plan where they discussed all of those things. And that was in 17. In February of 18, due to the retirements of Counselor Ring and Simmons, I decided that I would go ahead and run for council. And so in between that time, they did not invite me to participate in the master plan discussions, nor was I involved. And even in the master plan itself, it states that, you know, the list of the people who participated, and I was not one of them. I was not a stakeholder. So from there, Counselors Holly and Abraham were the town representatives who worked with the superintendent on suggestions for that south building. As you know, in 2018, 19, 20, there was all the issues of the fraud against taxpayers and everything that occurred with the former Bassett administration. And so I'm sure that that took some of the focus off. And then, of course, the past 2 years with COVID and everything being shut down, the plans for whatever was going to happen in the South Building got derailed, really, and just like put on pause. And so now that we came into office in January of 2022 here, and Parks and Recreation began asking for usage, and other members of the community started getting very concerned about the preschoolers being evicted, that's when we started to pursue the discussions again with the district. And so I would say that I still have hopes of utilizing the building in a productive way until such time that there needs to be another elementary school. And then as well, there are 40 acres that could be used. I also saw in the paper, so that kind of, you know, everything that was said about me and the master plan just simply isn't true. And then as far as, you know, there was a comment that I only mentioned trails needed to be done for the town. That is absolutely not true. I have made it clear, this whole commission has made it clear that we have a sewer plant that is in desperate need of corrections. The engineers have estimated between 5 and 12 million. We have a water treatment plant that's approximately estimated to be 5.5 million. And as you all know, we have a lot of roads and infrastructure and things that are really critical to Edgewood. And it doesn't mean that we can't ever have a community center. I think that's a goal of everyone here in the town. But what it does mean is that we could make efficient use of a taxpayer building that does exist at this time, which they estimate to be worth $14 million. So if that is the case, and there's no burning need to, as I guess one of the board members said, rip it down, then why do that right now? It doesn't have to be. And we do have the YES program with 60 students attending here this summer, hopefully, if we can find staffing. And so these students, it would be great for them to use a perfectly good gym right here on the campus here. So I'm just hopeful that we'll still be able to have that intergovernmental affairs meeting that we are requesting between the commission and the school board.
Madam Chair.
Commissioner Powers?
So we haven't heard back from them with regard to that invitation to discuss this between our two bodies?
No, and I did receive an email response back that the superintendent was at a conference, and not like an automatic reply, but I will check back with them again this week and see if that's a meeting that we could set up between, you know, a public meeting that we could set up between the two governing bodies.
Well, sometimes government gets off in space a little bit about the practicality of how money is spent. And for me, I always bring it back down to the family or personal level. And if your family owned a perfectly good building that had already been paid for and it needed a little bit of maintenance, you certainly would not destroy the whole building.
What if you had some tree roots in your sewer? Would you knock down your house? Just kidding.
We heard some of the craziest arguments for why to do this, but yeah, I mean, we bring it back down to the practical level. If any one of us owned that building, it's $14 million, it needed a couple $100,000 worth of repairs, and it was still a viable building, nobody would knock that building down. So anyway, I'm hopeful too that we'll be able to have that meeting and resolve this in a friendly, diplomatic way without having to resort to any other measures. But it's such an important issue for Edgewood that we need to resolve it one way or another without the destruction of the building.
Yeah, we are getting a lot of questions from constituents very concerned about it.
Madam Chair,
Commissioner Anaya?
you know, one of the comments that I too listened to the meeting that was recorded from the Board of Education while Jerry was there speaking. Jerry, by the way, you did a fantastic job on representing the town of Edgewood.
Thank you.
it was very well stated. One of the conversations or statements that was made in that meeting was that the Moriarty Edgewood school system has too many buildings for the amount of students that they have. And that was one of the reasons that they were talking about tearing it down. So if that building is an issue for them and they have to tear it down in order to meet their standards, that would even make it more clear to sell it to the town of Edgewood so that it goes completely off of their books. And that's the easiest and fastest way to solve this problem for both places. So that would be one of the conversations that I would love to have with the school board and ask them to really clarify that statement.
I think it's definitely an option if they were open to that, to relieve themselves of the burden of the building, so that they could focus on their other campuses. And one of the things too that's offensive to me is that they state that it's not being used for students, but there are children there. There's pre-K there, which is very, very important. And there will be, you know, the YES program participant kiddos here, K through 6th grade, this summer, and has been used for an arts program for children. And adults have used the building as well. I mean, we had our commissioner forum debate there, and it's perfectly inhabitable, and it has been being used. It's not like it's, you know, unable to be used at all. So another myth or another thing that was said that is not true, the PSFA representative there stated that they have been approved for the funding from the state to tear the building down, to demolish the building. However, that's simply not the case according to the state. So that fact was misrepresented. Commissioner Brennan?
Yeah, Madam Mayor. Yeah, I watched that video on the school board meeting, and some of the fabrications that they were coming up with really bothered me. That building still has a lot of use. There's also, they were discussing about how the population of students has declined over the years, and that Edgewood is becoming more of a retirement community, and that is extremely false. The majority of the new families I've been seeing that have been moving in are families with young children. People that live across the street just from my house have 2 young children. But the one thing they did say, they will not send their children to Moriarty schools. They're trying to find alternate educational facilities to take their children to, but they won't send them to Moriarty, which is very bothersome itself, and just in that one statement. There is a large population of homeschooled children in this town, and there are other states utilize a hybrid model where the homeschooling is done, but there is also classroom type classes available at the public educational facilities for the parents to bring their children in, and that way the homeschooled children of multiple families, they get together and they can also act as a regular class, which also helps them with their own social growth and how to growing up in with groups. That's the one downside to homeschooling, is that you don't always get that social interaction that you get when you're actually in a open classroom. But by being able to take this building and make it available and start a program here within Edgewood where the homeschooled families could at certain times come over and actually get together and do combined learning in utilizing one of the classrooms in that building, then that building's being used for what it's for, education. And I don't think they haven't looked at it, because all I could see when watching that video of that meeting was
tear it down, tear it down, tear it down. That's the only thing that's in their mind, and they're blindsided to anything else.
I think it's good to collaborate with the community in any way, with buildings that are paid for with taxpayer dollars. And, whatever that may be, even if it's not the exact population of students, that attend Moriarty Edgewood School District. I think you have to look at this as a community, issue, not just, to serve only the students which attend Moriarty Edgewood schools. Any other discussion or comments on as far as not pursuing litigation?
Just one point, if I may.
Sure, Commissioner Powers.
In doing a little research, it appears that about 50% of our property taxes on our homes here go to the district.
Is that true? Do we
Yeah.
have that?
Yeah. So it's thinking forward, you know, our growth rates are accelerating, here in Edgewood. People are moving in, and the need for that building, eventually we'll need another elementary here. And even if it's within 10 years, the insurance on that building is only about $24,000 a year, and it's worth millions and millions. We'll have to build another one here. It will tax the local people to do that, rather than just preserving that building with viable use now for the community and then preserving it for eventual return to service. So there's a lot of good reasons not to tear that building down.
Thank you. Commissioner Naya, anything else?
Yes, I do.
Go ahead.
You know, along those lines about, building and the amount of people that are coming to the East Mountain, I was just checking with P&Z, and, there's probably, 20 new homes that are being constructed here in the, Edgewood area. And out of that, probably maybe 85 of them have young kids. So that goes to show that, you know, the town is growing and the town is bringing in, younger generations, which is something that, the school system definitely needs. It needs kids and so do we, the town of Edgewood. There's gonna be a point that where, you know, those younger kids, as they're being educated, are gonna take our place. I know I'm not young. You know, and I would love to see some of our younger generation be able to be educated here and sit in this position that we all are on and protect the town and all its interests.
Okay. Go ahead and do a roll call vote. Commissioner Powers?
Aye.
Commissioner Naya?
Aye.
Commissioner Brennan?
Aye.
And I vote aye. Okay, agenda approval. I'll move to approve the agenda.
No second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay, next is public comments. And you'll notice on this agenda, we're just doing, one section for public comments since it is a budget workshop. And, so anyone who has comments on agenda items or otherwise, feel free to come up to the mic. No one signed up? Okay, and, our caller two, do you have any comments? I guess not, okay, and we don't have anyone on the go-to meeting, so we'll go ahead and proceed to our discussion and action items. So first of all, we have a section on procurement. We have, Echo Ridge purchases, accounting services, strategic planning, wastewater treatment plant. And so for these, we just need approval of the quotes or approval to go out for the procurement, either in getting quotes or RFPs. So I'll go ahead and turn that over to is Commissioner Powers on Echo Ridge. Do you want to take that one?
Echo Ridge, as you know, that under the last administration, that lease that allowed us to do in park improvements and to end up, with the deed to the property, if we did those improvements, was allowed to lapse. So that came back into effect through negotiation that you have with BLM. So now we have the opportunity again to own that property, which is a beautiful piece of property. All we have to do is, finish the work, and park improvements that was planned. And, we have, because of the short time frame of the money that was allocated, the grant actually expires June 30. We didn't have time to go out for RFP and follow those procedures, so we've used the alternate procedure of going out to the statewide pricing contracts and CES. We have received bids for the fencing work, the quotation from Tri-West Fence, which I believe our CPO has approved, or we're suggesting award on those. And the commission, I believe since it's over 20,000, needs to approve it.
Okay, any questions? I did want to know if what's in the packet is everything, or if this is just some of the pieces to the puzzle. What exactly are we going to be approving to go out for statewide contract and approve these quotes, or?
I believe, yeah, the approval of these, of the award of these. And I don't see, I'm looking for the one from Accent. Okay, it was emailed in last night. We just got it yesterday.
It was omitted by accident.
Okay, can we print those and hand them out for action today? Okay.
Yes.
Are these on statewide contract?
Yeah,
All of them?
yeah,
So really, we just need the vote to approve the administration to
yeah,
procure through the statewide contract, I think, and that should
okay.
be good. But maybe you could summarize,
Yeah, essentially, the fencing, we had to repair all of the fencing that was down, install gates, so there'll be an access gate we can close to keep people from lighting fires in there at night. There'll be access by an equestrian gate, which is kind of that V gate, where they can access even when the park access by vehicle is closed. So, and then that's under one of these proposals. The other involves building gravel road into the facility, into the parking area, and then a gravel parking area with traffic bumpers, park benches, all of the things that were required, with the exception of graveling the access road, which there's some questions about rock. There's a lot of rock in that area. So that second proposal from Accent is just about everything else. We still have, I think, a pending request out for the signs, but that's kind of a minor thing. We'll bring that probably next Tuesday or the following meeting.
okay?
Madam Chair.
Commissioner Anaya.
The signs and the installation of the signs will be here for Tuesday. Also, the park benches, and I'm not sure if there was a gazebo. I have to go back and look and see, but anyhow, those will be here for Tuesday.
Okay, thank you. Can you guys make sure that that gets on the agenda, or maybe we might have to edit if it's not already on there? Is it on the agenda for Tuesday, Commissioner Anaya?
Where there was supposed to be an agenda item for awards on Echo Ridge, like this one, second item.
Okay, well, they can check. We don't need to hold up the meeting for that. All right, so let's go ahead and have a motion and,
Echo Ridge is on there.
okay, great. Do we have a motion to approve the procurements on Echo Ridge purchases?
Madam Chair,
Yes.
I'll make a motion to approve the purchases for Echo Ridge Park for the town of Edgewood.
Okay,
I'll second.
it's been moved and seconded. Any other discussion?
No, it's gonna be great to see this stuff get going.
Yeah. Yeah, that's great. Thank you guys so much for your hard work on it and pushing it forward, and then as well, the community members and Parks and Rec and Roger Holden too.
Yeah, I want to thank Parks and Rec, and they've done a great job, and Mr. Holden's been very instrumental.
So everybody coming together with a good team. All right, all those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, next is accounting services, and for this, I know, I'm just gonna talk to get through these. We did, pursue getting quotes from 3 firms. Actually, I checked with a couple of others as well, that were not available, so they're not in the summary. But it appears that one did not answer, another was not available until June, and then the third quote that we received was from REDW for accounting services, estimated between, I think, 11 and 19,000, I believe, for assistance with the capital projects. And so I'm going to go ahead and make a motion to approve the award to REDW for accounting services.
I'll second that.
Any questions or comments? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, this next item for strategic planning is going to be, this is something the commissioners had wanted since the very beginning. Once things got kind of stabilized and moving along in the right direction, we want to be able to do some strategic planning with a consultant. And so this, I'm going to make a motion to go ahead and allow the administration to get quotes for strategic planning for the commission, administration, and community if we wanted.
I'll second that.
Okay, Commissioner Brennan seconds. Any discussion? It's possible that there are CES vendors for this. I'm not sure, but that's something we can check into. And I'm aware of some others that have assisted with school districts as well that are pretty good. So, all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, next is the wastewater treatment plant. The train, the second MBR train. Who wants to take that one?
I will.
Commissioner Powers?
So we had, in reviewing the repairs that were being done, we realized that there's another possibility to add additional capacity, which would be about 100% more capacity. And that we rely on the sewer plant for commercial expansion in the town of Edgewood. So if we're gonna have new businesses providing new services here, we're gonna need it. We would like to go out on a proposal for that, to go ahead with engineering services and eventually IFB for construction on that. It'll be relatively inexpensive compared to the cost of the replacement of the plant, but it will expand our capacity by at least 100%.
Okay, do we have a motion?
I'll make a motion.
Go ahead. Commissioner Anaya?
I'll make a motion to approve the, wastewater treatment plant second membrane to get quotes and send out for bids.
I'll second.
Okay, any discussion, questions? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Wastewater treatment plant monitoring well. Commissioner Powers?
So, because of all of the historic problems over the last few years, in violations, NMED violations of the plant, they required in the new permit that we have a monitoring well. The purpose of the monitoring well, you drill a well down to make sure that the sewage effluent that is being distributed or dispersed after it's treated is not in any way negatively affecting the water table. So that's a requirement. We want to go out for proposals on that as well.
Okay, do we have a motion?
Madam Chair,
Yes.
I'll make a motion that we, send out for proposals on wastewater treatment plant monitoring well,
Thank you.
which is required by, the environmental department. And also under a condition number 27 of the, environmental services.
Okay, make sure when whoever's doing the minutes to get his complete motion. Thank you. Do we have a second?
I'll second that motion.
Commissioner Powers seconds. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, next, job descriptions. And for this, Manager Davis, should we table this until Tuesday?
Yes, please.
Okay, I'm gonna make a motion to go ahead and table the job description approval until Tuesday's meeting. And if you could please, amend the agenda if necessary, yet today, if it's not already on there. We're still within the, time period of the 72 hours, so, sorry.
They done?
Yes.
Okay. Madam Mayor, second.
Commissioner Brennan, second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. Next is town manager recruitment and hiring process. And for this, I think, we've discussed since last year that there would be a recruitment process for a town manager. And we've been extremely blessed to have, Kay agree to come back and assist. And she's been doing a fantastic job, as Stephanie as well, and all others who have returned to help get the town back on track and in the right direction. And, but we do know that it, excuse me, does take time to hire, to recruit and go through the hiring process. And so it's something that I think after, 4 months now, 4 months, that it is probably time to start extending that search a little bit more and take our time to find the right person. And so we're not in a hurry, for sure, but it is something that has to be done. So I wanted to find out from the commissioners, what exact process do you think we should do? I know we will approve the job description on Tuesday, most likely. And then, do we want to get a recruiter? Do we want to look out of state? Do we want to just keep it in New Mexico for starters? What is the pleasure of the board here?
Madam Chair?
Yes, Commissioner Naya.
I do like the idea about having a recruiter work on this project because they, should have the experience of going out of the state and also, should be very knowledgeable about the ones in state, mostly, for the in-state, applicants.
Okay, anybody else?
Madam Mayor, yeah, I do feel that it's important that we definitely, exhaust the resources within the state before we start looking outside the state. Just because the big thing is, life in New Mexico is a lot different than a life in a lot of other places. Being somebody who was transplanted from Massachusetts many years ago, we won't go how many. Yeah, there is a big transition from people coming outside, coming into New Mexico, and some people do it very well, some people don't. So if we could definitely exhaust our resources within state first and then work our way out.
Okay. Yeah, I feel like at least trying within the state here locally to see what candidates we get would be good. I'm not really opposed to searching outside of the state, but it may not be necessary, I guess, is the way I would think of it.
Yeah,
Yes.
I guess I have kind of mixed feelings about it. I would like to hire somebody within the state, but I've also noticed I did some business in Texas, and I noticed that the culture of the customer service that was prevalent in the government down there was substantially different and I thought it was a lot more effective and efficient. Maybe we could go regionally, include Texas or Arizona or maybe Colorado.
Okay.
I think what we want is the best for Edgewood, whatever that's gonna be. And, so that's kind of my thought on it.
Okay. Agreed. So would we require the town manager to live within the municipal limits or maybe at least in the East Mountains? What are your thoughts on that?
Madam Mayor? Yeah, I would definitely say to live within the East Mountains because you've got to have some skin in the game where you're working. And by having them at least living on the east side of the mountain, they're fully exposed to what's going on and constantly part of decisions that they make. And by living in the town, like I said, the east side, think that would just make for a better fit. I don't think they wouldn't necessarily, definitely have to live in the town of Edgewood. That'd be preferable, but definitely on the east side.
How about, for strategic planning person that we would be looking for, I believe most of them also do recruitment.
Yeah.
And so that is something that when the administration is getting quotes, on a strategic planning, they could also ask, for assistance with recruiting. And I think most of them do that. So that might be a good thing to just add into the strategic planning duties, in the quote. And what about a timeline? Should we just be pretty flexible on this? Let's see who we get for a consultant and go from there.
And Mary, you talk about a timeline as far as making the hiring decision?
Yeah, recruiting and the hiring. I mean, should we leave it open for applications for a month, for 3 months, or, you know, that kind of thing? And then how do we want to do the interviewing? Do we want to do a committee? Want to have them interview with public? You know, those kinds of questions.
I would say that, at a minimum, 3 months, as far as the search part goes. And as far as interviewing, I would suggest that an initial contact be made with 1 or 2 commissioners at once. And then those commissioners can go ahead and say, yeah, this is a good person, let's bring that person up to the full commission, and also bring them in front of the people where the people can also ask questions.
Okay, anybody else?
If somebody in the audience might want to speak without objection.
Yeah, go ahead, Bob. Can you, would,
Say, you need to keep in mind that right now, in the process we're doing the EOC, that town manager is gonna be on that EOC into a position, and they need to be able to be, probably here, especially if we got a major emergency, they're gonna have to be in-house or in this particular area to be able to respond and deal with it. So that consideration of your EOC is gonna start playing with some of these things that you're discussing as far as personnel.
very true. So maybe we want a shorter time frame. I think everyone pretty much agrees we want the town manager to be in the area and available for emergencies, so that part is good. Maybe a shorter time frame for recruiting than 3 months. Maybe we could do 6 weeks once we put it out there, and if we're not getting a good response and a good pool of candidates, then we could extend. I think that would work
Or do another round,
if we needed to.
yeah.
Okay. Okay. How should we involve the community? I mean, that's important to me to hear from them. I know governments do this in a number of different ways. Sometimes they do like an informal reception to just get feedback informally from the public. Sometimes they do, you know, more of a public meeting interview. And so there's that angle as well. I guess once we hire the consultant, they could kind of help guide us through that process a little better. But we can just be thinking of ways that we might want to involve feedback from the community. Let's say that we had 2 really good candidates that we were trying to decide between or something. We could get feedback. So.
Madam Mayor, if I may, I would suggest, once we narrow our search down and we get down to 2 or 3 good solid candidates, that we bring them into open session here, and they can go ahead and tell us and talk to the people of the town, their philosophy, their ideas, and give the town a chance to propose questions.
Mm-hmm.
we can rather do it, they can propose questions right away, or if they could, come with pre-written questions, not sure how we want to set that up. But that way they can, one, answer questions and interact with the townspeople. And the other thing that will do for us, it will give us a live opportunity on how well they interact with other people in the town.
Yes, very important.
Okay, Scott, a comment?
Yes.
Let's consider the fact that some of them do not want to be disclosed,
Yeah.
about the very applicants. And, you know, it's a situation that, we will eliminate, a good pool of applicants if we do that.
That's true. That's true.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
Going back to that line, I think that, once the board has, brought it down to 2, 3, or even 5, those 5 would be willing to come out and talk to the town, the people, because they're very interested in it. And if they want to be excused from it, then, then we know, I think that if, going back, just keep it to after the board has brought it down to a certain amount of applicants, then at that point, we could talk to them about having open sessions and then meeting. They can make their decision.
Okay. And be respectful of confidentiality for them.
Yes.
That's a really good point. They wouldn't want to lose the job that they're at based on that, so, okay. All right, so I guess I'll make a motion to include in the procurement of the consultant for strategic planning, the recruitment and hiring process. Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, Commissioner Brennan seconds. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. Thank you, guys. Next is the New Mexico DOT's, interchange plan options.
Madam Chair, I'm going to remove myself from this conversation.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Anaya. Due to conflict of interest. Okay, so we have, Mr. Holden. Why don't you come on up and let us know a little bit of the history of this, where this all started and where we're at now.
Go to the first slide. All right, so, a week ago Thursday, I went to the Mid-Region Council of Governments, RTPO meeting. Mr. Cog, Regional Transportation Planning Organization meeting. And there I met, Commissioners Brennan and Anaya. And during that meeting, Channing Hoffman, who is your contact with, Mr. Cog, mentioned that there was quite a bit of grant money available due to the infrastructure bill that passed the U.S. Congress, and he encouraged towns to submit applications for these grants. Back one. It reminded me, reminded me of this study that was done, a very extensive study that was done between Cedillo Hill and Moriarty on I-40. This is very hard to see, but basically, the different options they came up with as far as build out for interchanges along I-40 between those two places. And here's their first recommendation, and here's their final build out. And here we have Cedillo Hill, Mountain Valley, Barton Road, 344, Mountain Valley Road, and Bassett Road or County Line Road. They were recommending at some point when we build out for those interchanges. So I'm going to go through them.
Roger, sorry to stop you a minute.
Sure.
Can you go back? What are those colors? What do the blue, green, yellow, red?
Good question, and I didn't study that.
Okay, I can't read. It does have a T there, does it, can
Yes.
you read it or not?
I can't read it.
Okay,
Other than
all right.
The blue ones were first priorities, and the others were, lower priority. Let's see if I can read it. I apologize.
No problem.
Can we print that?
So what it is we can apply for these grants, for these interchanges, as well as, well, I'll get to the other part, but first of all, this is Mountain Valley. We'll walk through the different interchanges and just present them to you and see if any of them, interest you and for me to apply to, Mr. Cog on. First one is Mountain Valley Road interchange. Now, this isn't in town, so I'm not sure what degree our influence will be on this, but it's something to consider in the future. And they have three different alternatives for Mountain Valley Road, but now this one is in town. This is Bassett Road, Barton Road, excuse me. They have two different interchanges for that. The advantage of this is it'll impact very few homes, very few landowners. Plus, it's right next to the firehouse, which, let's see, I believe this might be the firehouse right here. Whereas now they have to go up to Mountain Valley or down to 344 to get across the road, to get on the south side of the road. The next one is another alternative for Barton Road. Here's the first one for Barton Road. Here's the second one for Barton Road. And again, there's the firehouse. Third one, of course, is, then we'll jump 344. Because I didn't have that on the agenda this time, it will be bringing it up on Tuesday's meeting. This is William Ranch Road, alternative number 1. And alternative number 2, I'll go back to alternative number 1, just so you get a sense. And then lastly, County Line or Bassett Road, and I think there's just one there. So should you, like me to apply for this, any of the grants for any of these interchanges, I can do that. And there's one other, it's not shown up here, but we can still apply for it. That's extending Highway 344 to 4 lanes up to, you name it, Venus Road, Hill Ranch Road, or wherever. Because right now we have a traffic jam at Venus Park. There's no turn lanes to go in or out. Municipal Way, of course, now First Choice is there, Fire Department, Animal Control Judge, PWC. And then, of course, at Venus, we have the middle school, plus I understand there's a new development going in on Venus Road East. 60 homes, if I recall, lots are being sold right now. So we're going to increase congestion not only there, but down by the interchange and North Frontage Road right next to Dairy Queen and Rax. That's a very congested area. So my first suggestion would be to extend the 4 lanes of 344 out to some distance to take care of the congestion there. Plus, it'll also do one other advantage. That'll be right here. This is the existing Bachelor Draw. We essentially have a dam with 2 holes in it. That's why the 100-year flood is going to soak. We're so concerned with that in the bridge, so my alternative would be to do something like this.
Oh, no.
Totally eliminate the 100-year flood.
Yeah.
And that would be part of the grant for the 4-lane, improvements on 344.
Yes. Mm-hmm. You know, we could request, or I don't know if we can demand, we definitely request of DOT, and they have a vested interest in that dam, and the bridge also.
Mm-hmm.
They gave us a glowing, they're very grateful to us for bringing that historic bridge up and restoring it. So.
And then by taking out those 2 giant culvert pipes and going into a more, bridge-like structure, or was that actually a real bridge?
Well, they're designed, but I just threw in.
Yeah, but by doing that, widening it open, that removes that, 100-year flood water, which was everybody's concern about, some of the issues with the footbridge, that historic footbridge to put up, that we didn't want to create more problems.
Mm-hmm.
That would help.
Plus, it could be, put a sidewalk up there because it is kind of dangerous.
Mhm.
The way to continue the sidewalk, all the way up to Venus or wherever we're
Yes.
going to extend it. Well, it's up to Hill Ranch Road now, that's right. So should you, recommend me proceeding with an application for these grants?
So let's take this, one agenda item at a time, since, Commissioner Anaya has recused himself in relation to the interchange plan options, and then we can bring him back in. So as far as the interchanges, my thoughts on this, and I am very flexible, so whatever the commissioners, you know, think is best in the public too, that, you know, we have kind of to the west, it seems like Edgewood, the natural progression of Edgewood would be to, you know, Mountain Valley Road. It's very close to there already. And then to the east, it already does go to Bassett Road. So those two interchanges are on the, kind of the outer limit, so to speak, of the town's boundaries. And so those seem to be logical to me. And I don't know if it's something that we should request only one interchange or two. But what I do know is that there's a lot of money to be spent that's coming here and over the next 5 years. And so it wouldn't be, you know, right away this year. But I do think that we should put in a request for these improvements, because it only helps the community and helps alleviate the traffic backups and everything that are happening on 344. So,
Madam Chair?
yeah.
So I have a question. Did they, in their analysis here in this study, did they kind of outline the benefits of how it would impact the town of Edgewood? I mean, I understand there would be better access without having to go all the way back around to 344 or some of these other areas. So that's a pretty obvious benefit. Did they outline any others with regard to these interchanges?
Particularly the Barton Road, like I already said about the fire department right here. And it's far enough away from Cedillo Hill. They don't like any of the interchanges, especially in rural areas like this, to be too close. So I guess that's why Mountain Valley, they preferred that to stay as it is for a while until we really get build up the you know, population. But this one is about, I think it's about 3 miles from 3 to 4 miles from Cedillo Hill. And like I said, it'll allow the fire department access to the south.
Where's the school? Where's Route 66 Elementary on there?
It's right up right in here. There's Barton, it's of the town of Barton, and what's remaining. But it's right down here somewhere.
Okay.
And that north-south road right there that we're looking at, kind of in the, over to the left a little bit.
Left?
Yeah, the one that could, right, well, you just went by it, so right there, so go north of the highway. What is that road?
Dinkle, this is Dinkle.
That's Dinkle Road there. And that's east of Edgewood, or west of Edgewood,
Yes.
I see.
Something to relieve the congestion of the 344 interchange.
I see.
Madam Mayor.
Yes, Commissioner Brennan.
As far as the Barton Road, I mean, that right there will help a lot. And with the elementary school being on the south side, fire station being on the north side, if there was ever a fire at that schoolhouse, they've got to go all the way back to 344 to get over, or all the way up to Cedillo to get over. We're talking about our valuable resources, which are our children. Time is of the essence.
Mm-hmm.
If anything goes on, and by having that there, that's just a straight shot for them to get there.
Mm-hmm.
Also, I mean, everybody can probably attest to it, coming that way, and they get onto the interstate from 344, and by the time they get up to where Barton's at, they realize that there is a big jam up on the interstate. There's nowhere to get off to go and take old Route 66 if you can travel that. And same thing for when the weather goes bad, there's lack of places to get off. So, I mean, I feel strongly that Barton is a good place that we should definitely go forward with. As far as the other two, the choices for William Branch Road and the Bassett Road, both of them have very good points to be made for it. Williams Ranch, which ties directly into the church and then goes on further, it's a natural evacuation route for the town. Whereas also over by Bassett, it is more linked into the area of land that we're thinking about one today becoming our industrial park. So that would include, if that becomes an industrial park, that would include a lot of large vehicle traffic, so that makes that one very good. I've been going back and forth myself, looking at these two, trying to figure out which one would I personally choose to be the one to start with first. And I come up with a 50-50, so I was hoping I could come to the commission here and have somebody to give me that 1% to go with the other side.
Yeah, I know that I checked with some members of the community who said that to them it was clear to use Bassett Road because, of course, they want a petition to change the name, but they would rather see it a little bit further to the east because the Williams Ranch is already residential. And so they don't want to disrupt the homes that are there. And I guess that does make sense. And again, the furthest east that the town is incorporated does go to Bassett Road. Yes, Brad, go ahead. Yeah, I would love to hear from you.
Sure.
I know you have a lot of the history on this too.
Well, it's not the history. I want to bring to the commission's attention an inquiry that we received last week, and this came from Santa Fe County Economic Development. And so the state has been approached by, and this is just an example. I mean, I don't think we're in a position to do what they were asking, but just to give you an example of why we're our limitations. So there is an entity that the state has identified that is seeking a 200-acre site for a major high-tech development, low water use, high-tech. They need 200 acres. The city of Santa Fe is putting together a proposal. Las Lunas is putting together a proposal. Santa Fe County Economic Development reached out to Edgewood, and I'm really appreciative that they did that. And they were looking, at the town, and so they were thinking, well, maybe the property behind Walmart, what we refer to as the Lone Pine Ranch, because that's a large parcel that would have access to the interstate. Their minimum requirement is 4-lane access to an interstate. So that would be the only current parcel in Edgewood that would be applicable for that. But my point is, as we look at the future, and if these types of developments are going to be presented to the state of New Mexico, and Edgewood wants to compete, really the most viable we have would be that east, let's just call it the east side interchange, where we could access potential future industrial properties, because that would be really, in my mind, the only property that would be suitable for something like that. If that's something that we would like to be able to compete with in the future, it's just something to keep in mind. I personally would benefit more from my interaction driving down or whatever on the Barton Road. I think both of them are meritorious, and I would like to see both of them looked at. And if we have to pick one, that's really, it's like picking between your children. So really hard. I don't know if you can do that, but I just wanted to point that out because that was presented to us. And I think, one side of me just says, I'm really appreciative that the County Economic Development Department brought this directly to our attention and offered also to work with us on that, helping us, assisting us with putting together a proposal together. And so we need to consider that. But again, the only parcel in town that would currently meet our criteria would be that property behind and north of Walmart. So that's limited, somewhat limiting because that's our only 4-lane road in Edgewood. So.
Right, you're talking about that big 200-plus acre tract that's all in red there in the map on the far right?
Well, that one and also the one in yellow.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I mean, there's multiple properties there that could be, you know, in the future, that would be, you know,
And that's on Bassett Road.
yes.
Can I ask Mr. Holden a question also? These two interchanges we're talking about, Barton Road and Bassett Road, are those in the blue and they're high priority designations, or?
Let me back up and see where they put them. So here was their first priority line right here, which is this Mountain Valley, that's 344. They show Mountain Valley right here. So they didn't present it as a priority, but this was a study, you know.
Yeah.
So it ultimately comes down to us. And if I may offer a suggestion to prioritize these different ones. This one's our first priority, probably 344 extension, reduce congestion, and then interchange A and interchange B.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Can I make one other brief comment? I think it points to, I think, the need to do strategic planning. It's one thing to do, you know, a comprehensive plan, but that's a different concept than a strategic plan. And so I know strategic planning has to do with how you're going to structure town government and, you know, departmental applications and things like that. But I think part of the strategic planning concept has to be, you know, from a planning and zoning perspective, where do we need to consider putting our allocation resources requests?
Yeah.
And if I may, the last comprehensive plan was very good, and then it did point out the congestion that was building up on 344. I'll be able to use that as documentation to help get the grant. And I'm also looking for, when they built 344, and they widened 344, they had the plans, and I looked in the annex, I couldn't find them. Trying to find those plans, because it's understood, they did phase 2 also, which included expanding the width of 344. I'm trying to find those plans. I went to DOT, they couldn't locate them, but I'll keep looking, because that'll give us justification for the expansion.
Go ahead, Brad.
I just say we need to let Commissioner Anaya be part of that discussion, so we do.
Yeah, we need to stick to the interchanges. I thought that's what we were doing here.
We're doing both.
No.
Or,
Well, I mean, there's been some comments made, but our decision here, if we make one, is on the interchanges first.
Oh.
So, you know, one of the things that sticks out to me, because I drive that way every day, is Mountain Valley Road. It is closer to Cedillo, of course, than Barton, and so I can see where they would say, okay, Barton might need the interchange there, and I'm okay with that concept, but Mountain Valley Road, that bridge and that intersection does need work, and so I don't know if that's something we could request. If we didn't request that one, it is extremely hard to see. So it's really scary as people are coming over the bridge. It's very hard to see. And when in the winter and when it's cold, people just thin out. They can't get up onto the bridge, and it's caused a lot of accidents right there. So there is a public safety issue there with that bridge, I feel. And then also the interchange there, Mountain Valley Road and 217, we need a stoplight there if there's not going to be an interchange there. So you know, like I said, I'm flexible as to the interchanges and what the public thinks is best. But for sure, if there's not going to be an interchange there, it definitely needs some work, you know, with being able to see people and then being able to get up onto the bridge safely. And then at Route 66 there, and between Mountain Valley Road and 217, I think we need a stoplight there. So we could request that as well. And then I did want to open it up to the public that is here. I don't believe we have anyone online. So do you all, does anybody have any comments about the interchanges? Come on up and share your thoughts. And okay. Go ahead, Mike.
Yes, I'm Michael Morrow. I live off of Hillside Drive, which
is on Skyline. Skyline is the easternmost part of the town of Edgewood off of 344. I don't know if there was a traffic study performed to go in that direction or not. Our experience at that particular intersection, at Skyline and 344, there is a lot of traffic where people are coming off, at 344, they're coming off and continuing down Old 66. I said 344 earlier, I meant 333. And continuing east on the old highway to Lexico Road and all the developments along that way. I know that for development as far as, industry in that area, that'd be excellent to have either Williams Ranch or Bassett Road. But another plus for that area would be to alleviate the traffic that's coming through off of 344 and then continuing down 333. They may or may not stop at Smith's on the way home, but there's a lot of traffic. We've sat at 5 minutes waiting for a break in that traffic to get off of the Skyline. And while I'm at it, there's no turn lane there. There's no night light there. People have missed that turn at night because you can't see it. There's no turn lane, and people don't really like it when you slow down to 40 to make your turn. And I've seen a lot of near misses there. So that was developed there as well. So yeah, Barton. Okay, so County Line Road is to the north, by the fire station. It's all rural there. Of course, Mountain Valley is the big thoroughfare. I think that, you know, just like the commissioner said, 50-50. Well, gee, we sure would like to have access for the fire department into the school, that sort of thing, and Barton's county line as well. But yeah, Bassett or Williams Ranch would be excellent to alleviate some of the traffic as well.
Thank you very much. Anyone else? Okay, so my next question for commissioners, do you think that we need more public input on this, or are we ready to make a recommendation or decision on request for funding for the interchanges today? Commissioner Powers.
I think we're ready. I'd like to make a motion if I might.
Okay.
So I'd like to make a motion that we authorize Mr. Holden to apply for these grants in the order of priority of 344 improvements, Bassett Road.
So can we stick to just this item on
sure.
the agenda, please, the interchanges?
Okay. So the interchanges would be then Bassett Road, number 1, and then Barton Road, number 2.
I'll second that.
Okay. Been moved and seconded to, in order of priority for the interchange plan options, request Bassett Road to the east and Barton Road to the west, and friendly amendments, improvements to the Mountain Valley Road, and 333 interchange.
Sure.
Okay. Any other questions, comments?
Well, listen to what everybody has had to say let me repeat that again. Listening to what everybody has just said, and my looking at between William Ranch and Bassett Road, definitely swayed me over to the Bassett Road interchange. The other good thing is the William Ranch Road Bridge is still there. It will remain there. It will still remain functional for everybody. Yeah, listen to what we said. Listen to what's been said today. Bassett Road is the better choice.
I think the best thing about that is because it doesn't disrupt the neighborhoods there on Williams Ranch. So.
Yeah, I found that your comment to be persuasive there, and it's more in the character of that neighborhood, what's already there. And so Bassett doesn't have that residential buildup yet. So that's kind of why I thought that priority was good.
Chief, any thoughts? for public safety. And then also I did want to hear from maybe Manny. Do you have any thoughts as far as roads? You know, your history with the town. Do you think that, if you don't, it's okay. I don't want to put you on the spot.
I would like the Palm Valley, like, do it,
Uh-huh.
there is a lot of traffic.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's normal, traffic back down from DLO all the way past, Edgewood. So we can leave where the traffic off the interstate.
Okay.
Be allowed to.
Okay, thank you. Okay, is there anything? Okay. All right, Roger.
I can add one other thing about Bassett Road is, that should the town proceed with the wetlands adjacent to the sewer plant, because you're gonna have to get rid of the water somehow. And, there was a proposal some years ago to put some kind of a wetlands in there to evaporate the water, but also be a recreational facility. Because where I grew up in Santee, California, they had a similar problem. They built 7 lakes out of reclaimed water. You go fishing there and you boat on there, and it pays for itself. They have an RV park on this water that's all reclaimed. Plus, AYSO is considering putting some soccer fields out there, since we have excess of, reclaimed water. And they would put it on and take care of it themselves. Should that ever come to fruition, the road would be really helpful.
On Bassett.
on that.
Yeah. That's good. All right, so we'll do roll call. Commissioner Brennan?
Aye.
I vote aye. Commissioner Powers?
Aye.
Okay. Next, we'll, invite Commissioner Anaya to come back in. I think Kay got him. And so we have, the discussion on New Mexico State Road 344, 4 lanes.
There he is.
Are we taking a break?
No,
No, we're looking for you.
I'm just waiting on you.
What do you need me for?
You'll find out.
What did I do now?
Okay, this is on a DOT, application for funding for New Mexico State Road 344. And, go ahead, Roger, you can recap for Commissioner Anaya.
Sure, suggest that we apply for a grant through NMDOT to widen 344 to 4 lanes up to at least Venus Road, due to the congestion from this direction, as well as Venus Park, if there's ever an activity there. You have no turn lane, deceleration, acceleration lane, and traffic is backed up. As well as, of course, Municipal Way, first choice in there now, adds to the confusion. Also with our animal control, judges chambers, public works, got this big equipment, no deceleration, acceleration lane. It'd be a perfect place to expand four lanes plus those lanes to accelerate, all the way up to, of course, Venus Road, because that's where the middle school is, and they got these big buses, and now that area gets really congested right early in the morning and in the afternoon. When kids get out of school, it's all backed up in that area. And now with the addition of new home lots being opened up on Venus Road East, it'd be wise to go at least to Venus Road, possibly Hill Ranch. So that's my suggestion, and I don't think you saw this. On 344, we were talking about this being sort of a dam, and if we proceed with 344 widening, we could suggest that we put some kind of wider bridges in there so that we'll not back up water. That's an issue with 100 years flood.
That right there takes care of the pedestrian bridge.
Yeah.
So, I like that one.
I'll make a motion to have, to approve the Town of Edgewood administration to apply for funding, through DOT for, widening New Mexico State Road 344 into a 4-lane.
Second.
Commissioner Brennan seconds.
Excuse me, how far?
Friendly amendment?
All the way up to South Mount, or to, what is it?
Frost.
It's Frost, yeah.
Yeah.
And even if they were able to do partial, that would be fine, but that would be the best thing for everyone.
Do we need to officially change the motion?
Or to add to Frost Road
Yeah.
from, yeah, and we'll just say up to Frost Road. Okay,
And I second.
all right. And, any other discussion, questions? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, the pedestrian bridge. On this one, it turns out that, former Councilor Ring was correct in that we have the funding for this bridge, the entire amount. However, the construction, did expire. And so we just need to, I think, make a motion for the procurement to go back out to bid, and check with the company again to see if they will honor their pricing, or at least close to their pricing. Go ahead, Manager Davis.
We need to restart the bid all over.
Right, right. So we need to have that approval, for the construction and see where the bids come in at. Right now, for the pedestrian bridge, if it stood the way it was as planned before with that quote, the town would only owe $3,000.
Madam Chair.
Commissioner Powers?
I have some questions about this because the problem, as I recall, was the concern about the backup of the 100-year flood and the location of that bridge. And in discussing of the Parks and Rec Committee, there were some alternative locations that were discussed, and now we have this other proposal on 344, which, if that goes through, may resolve that, and it could go in the existing location and eliminate that concern about the 100-year flood. So I'm not sure we're ready to go out for bid yet. Is there a limitation on the timeline and use of that funding?
There is,
Do you know what it would be, Kay?
I believe it's in August, Commissioner.
Of this year?
Yes, it is. And I did ask DOT about that, and they said that they had already spent of their funds and federal funds a very large amount to, basically design it where it is and approve it where it is. So it would be like starting all over again. And
we would
when
lose
we
the
brought
funding?
that up to them, they were not open to that option because, we already had the solution of, of the road and the bridge.
But that's not a certainty, right, that they're gonna resolve this flood problem on 344?
Oh, I think the road has to be widened no matter what. We're just growing too much and it's very narrow. There's no sidewalks, the kids can't walk there.
Was there any indication, Mr. Holden, with regard to the certainty of the ability to get this widening project done as well as correcting the floodplain problem there?
Channing was very optimistic about the grant applications and possibilities of getting them. He said, just send him all the information and the justification, and he'll find a slot, a grant for him to fit in. He's very optimistic, so.
Okay. Thank you.
The other concern that I had based on the community input, Mr. McGill's video that he had put out on Facebook, was just the danger of maybe ATVs or people, getting hurt. So I think that there's other ways of, making sure that the safety is there. Go ahead, Brad.
I spoke to Roger about this, but I do want to indicate to you, just specific to the Venus 244 intersection, I did get calls from the builders. I think they indicated there's 70 houses that are going into And also, there's one applicant that's gonna seek a zone change and put in, ask for a multifamily project to go in there. But when I talked to them, I asked them, please get me letters. So they are gonna provide letters to the town, 30 or 40 letters from builders, just indicating that they would like to see a light and obviously improvements to that intersection. And we will make sure those letters go to Roger, because he indicated that those will be helpful for our application. So I just want to indicate to you that we do have Edgewood people coming forward with volunteering to support that application with specific letters.
That's great, thank you.
If I may suggest, we've got the 3 priorities for the different interchanges. And then we approve 344 extension. Should the 344 extension widening project be priority 1 and the others follow in suit after that?
Yes, I believe it should be priority 1.
1A.
Is that good with the commissioners? Okay.
So I have a question, if I may.
Sure.
Katie, do you recall when they went out for bid last time, what the timeline was, or the time for completion of construction from start?
Actually, Madam Chair, Commissioner, Powers, going through the document and, which would have been actually, brought to the council, would have been in November. So their time frame was something like, if I can recall right, was 4 months.
So my question.
And it falls into because they would have had to been done by August 31st or 30th. What is it, 31st?
Madam Chair.
30th?
Are you,
I'm done.
Commissioner Powers?
So my question is whether we have enough time to access that grant money if it expires in August, going out for bid, the timeline, receiving the bids, awarding the bids, notice to proceed, and completion of construction to actually get there.
It will require the bid to state that it will be constructed by the end of
That August period.
If they cannot, then we're not able to fulfill the obligation.
Okay.
I'm sorry, I need to correct that. In our meeting with DOT, they did say that they just needed the funds to be obligated, and that's what they needed. So the funds just had to be
Okay.
obligated.
Well, that will be a little easier to
A
accomplish.
little bit easier than full completion.
And a second question I had is, I recall there was some stipulation that if we didn't expend the money and complete the project, that the town of Edgewood would have to pay some funds back or something. Do you know about that?
Yes, that is true. We don't know the exact amount, but
Yeah.
I know that the federal piece of it would have to be repaid.
Well, as you know, before I took office, I was opposed to this project, on the basis of the problem with that floodplain issue. I understand there's consequences if we don't expend the money. It sounds like we have the timeline to do it. If the floodplain problem gets resolved, and it's not a certainty, but it sounds like it will, or that they're very motivated to allow us the money to do that expansion and widening. So, I think with that, I would feel okay about going forward with the project, whereas before I was not, with that floodplain issue. So, and as you said, there's still an issue with regard to height clearances and ATVs and that sort of thing, but that can be dealt with in the design and construction.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. Any other comments or questions?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Powers, the drawings are already at 100%. And if the State Department does approve 344, which is, I would almost say 99% sure that they will do that, because a lot of people have been talking about it in the State Department. That would take care of the overflow that we were concerned about, the 100-year flood. the water would not back up at that location, so therefore the bridge itself would not be, in danger of the 100-year flood. So that changes everything. That's the entire conversation for the flood is pretty much a null.
Commissioner Brennan?
Yeah, Madam Mayor. Before we all took office, when we were running, like, Commissioner Powers was saying, I also was hesitant on this bridge project. But now with the situation that's at hand, with the money that's becoming available, the different things we are now being able to see and be able to do, which wasn't known back then. We had nobody had in the wildest imagination, the kind of money that was becoming available.
Right.
It just shows the ever ongoing changing process of how things are done. Just because one day it's not a good idea, and then the next day it starts becoming a better idea, and that's because the environment we're in is constantly changing, and we're adapting to that change.
Okay, let's go ahead and do roll call vote. Commissioner Brennan?
Aye.
I vote aye. Commissioner Powers?
Aye.
Commissioner Anaya?
Aye.
All right. We will go ahead and proceed with the budget workshop, and first up is the police department. Chief?
If I may, on our agenda for Tuesday, we did have the same line items on it. You want us to remove them? It was granted.
I believe there may be some agreements that need approval.
It was approval to apply for grants for the following: Mexico 344 North Frontage Road intersection improvement, and the recommendation is DOT for the interchanges to Mountain Valley.
Okay, that was because I wasn't certain if we were ready to make the decision today or if we wanted more input. So yes, you can go ahead and remove them. Great picture. Chief Lovato.
Madam Mayor, Commissioners, so this is the 2023 fiscal year Edgewood Police Department budget. And please stop me at any point if anybody has any questions. I'll stand for questions throughout the whole presentation. So as you all know, the cost of living has skyrocketed, not only here in Edgewood, but throughout our whole country. The cost of living has increased in the U.S. to approximately 8.5% in 2022. So I am requesting budget line item increases in the following areas: gas and oil. Fuel prices have increased substantially since 2021. Currently the police department is over budget $5,000 4 weeks down right now due to the increase of fuel prices. This line item has not seen an increase since 2019 going into 2020, and obviously the price of fuel has increased substantially since then. I'm requesting an additional $10,000 to assist with the cost of fuel prices for the next fiscal year. The next line item would be computer maintenance repair. Now, in fiscal year 2018, there was $16,000 in this line item. In fiscal year 2019, there was $4,580 in this line item. In 2020, there was no funds allotted to this line item for the PD. I'm currently over budget $3,425 in this line item of my budget. I'm requesting for $4,000 to be reallocated to computer maintenance and repair. The next line item increase would be for contractual services. Now, contractual services is going to be for our Axon body cameras, not only on our body-worn cameras, but for our fleet systems as well, our cameras inside of our vehicles. So the police department has increased by one officer in 2021, which has allotted us the detective position. So we increased by one patrol position. While in doing so, we created a detective position. But we also needed to outfit that officer with body-worn cameras as well as the fleet camera. So the subscription and equipment for that has pushed us over on our line item for this section as well. So I'm requesting an additional $8,000 essentially to cover for that approved position that was in 2021. last line item increase that I'm requesting for would be for ammunition. So back in 2018, the police department was allotted $3,550 for ammunition. My current allotment of my budget for ammunition is $2,000. Now, if anybody here does any shooting or hunting or anything, you guys all know that the price of ammunition has skyrocketed since 2018. So what I'm requesting is that my budget once again be restored to $3,550. Now here comes the fun part.
Is this the wish list?
This is the wish list. So additional requests. So our current tasers that are being utilized by the Edgewood Police Department officers and animal control officers are 7 years old. The service life of a taser is only 5 years old. So when we buy these tasers and we go through the training and everything, we are provided backing by the taser legal team. So to give you an example of what that means is, if for some reason I had to tase somebody and my taser did not stop at the 5-second interval and just continued and just tased and just had a malfunction of its own, then the taser legal team would come in and they would actually go to Val and support what happened. And so it wouldn't be the town's legal team that would have to do that. The taser legal team would step in and actually help with that battle. But that's not the case for us because our service life on our tasers is actually lapsed by 2 years.
Madam Chair.
Commissioner Anaya?
Chief, I have a question. You said it's a 5-year lifespan on them,
That's correct, sir.
and we're 2 years over?
We're 2 years old.
How many do we have in service right now?
So we have 12, but we also have 12 with the police department, and we also have 2 with the animal control officers.
Okay, so 14.
Yes, sir.
How many of the 14 have been, energized?
I'm sorry, Energizer?
Yeah,
What do you mean? Like,
shot.
So we have to keep our certification, and by policy, we have to shoot at least 2 cartridges every year. So they are still functioning. The problem is that if you were to hear them, they sound like an old car starting. It's not like how a taser just pop, 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 pop. So you can definitely hear the life in them, even when we did our most recent training.
Oh, wow.
Go ahead, Chief.
Okay. So the new taser that's being sold, our current tasers are no longer being sold by Axon. So the new taser that they're offering is the Taser 7. Now, the Taser 7 actually allows for 2 shots. So right now, the current tasers that we use, they have 1 shot. And it kind of works as a 50% chance. So, for example, myself and Officer Walker had a guy that was fighting with us, and he had his hands up like this to fight with Officer Walker and I drew my taser. He's still willing to comply. I discharged my taser, but one of the prongs hit his knuckles as he had him braced up to fight. One of the prongs hit his knuckle and ricocheted. The other prong hit him in the chest. No effect from the taser. So these new tasers actually provide 2 shots. So you have that extra chance of actually getting another prong in. The prongs have also been redesigned to kind of allow for baggy clothes. So it's a totally different design to allow for baggy clothes. Because just like we saw in our previous taser training a couple months ago, one of our ATOs, Officer Lewis, had baggy pants. So one of the prongs hit him in his pants and had no effect. So just something as simple as baggy pants or baggy jackets can make these tools essentially worthless. But the new design actually has done a lot to resolve these issues. So the new taser package is being sold as a bundle. Now, the bundle carries a warranty and also service as far as technical service. The bundle plan is for 5 years, which amounts to $6,212.33 a year. Okay, so that's a 5-year total of $31,061. So if you break that down further, that's $31,061 divided by 12 officers that we have with the force. That's $2,588 per officer. And if you break that down further into a 5-year increment,
that's $517 per officer per year. Any questions on tasers?
I have one if I can.
Sure.
The reason that the taser wasn't effective is because you have to make contact with both, you have to penetrate both prongs.
Exactly right, sir.
I see, and the new ones is that the same?
It's still the same.
But you have two shots, if one ricochets, you can.
You have 2 shots, and not only do you have 2 shots, but all 4 shots can communicate. So if on my initial shot, I had 1 prong hit, and my secondary shot, I only had 1 prong hit, the connection can still be made.
Want better redundancy.
Exactly.
Thank you.
So the next item I'm bringing up is firearms. Getchell Police Department current stock pistols are over 9 years old. Now, the recommended service life of service weapons is 5 to 8 years. Firearms require general maintenance just like a vehicle. Essentially, we haven't changed the oil on our vehicles. And what I mean by that is recoil springs, mag springs, and firing pins should be routinely changed by an armor. We have never had a Glock armor with the police department. So these firearms have not been routinely maintained, and not to mention their age. So I'm requesting to transition to the 9mm pistols. There are major benefits to the 9mm. It has less recoil, which allows for better sight alignment once you are following up with a secondary shot. The 9mm also allows for more magazine capacity, which means the officer will have more ammunition on them at each point in time that they're walking around. The ammunition for the 9mm is also much, much cheaper than the 40. I will be happy to send one of our officers to be in armor to keep up with the maintenance on this. So the cost breakdown, the cost of 13 new pistols is $6,877. Now that's 12 9mm pistols at $529 each for a current 12 officers. That is allotted for 1 spare. So the total of 13 brings 1 spare in case we had a malfunction, or heaven forbid we have an officer involved shooting in that firearm needs to be sent up to the lab. So that is the subtotal with 13 brings the total to $6,877. By utilizing the officer buyback, we can cut the cost down to $2,977. So what that would mean is our current 13 blocks that we have right now on patrol, if we got credit for those $300 each at 13, that's a credit of $3,900. So the new firearms cost is $6,877 minus $3,900 for the buyback credit, brings the total cost down to $2,977. Now, transitioning to these new pistols, we would need to get new holsters. The new holsters would run the town for the entire department $1,836. 12 Spider-Man holsters at $153 each would come to that total of $1,836. The total actual cost of the town with the firearms after the buyback credit and the holsters would be $4,813. But wait, it gets better. In transitioning to the 9mm pistols, we would be saving a ton of money on ammunition. Okay, by simply transitioning to the 9mm from the 40, the town will save an average of $853 a year. Before the middle of year 3, right in here, going to year 3 to year 4, the pistols will have paid for themselves. Midway through year 5, we have taken enough money to pay for not only the pistols but the holsters as well. Just by doing just by doing what we're doing, but transitioning to the 9mm. This is simple yet cost-effective savings. Here's the math supporting the graph. I don't know if you guys want me to go line item by line item for you
No,
guys?
thank you.
Okay.
Because we're on a limited time.
It's on there if you need it, okay?
Okay.
Can I ask a question?
Sure.
How does the buyback program work?
So essentially that, in the past, our department has offered a buyback program, which the certified sworn law enforcement personnel could buy back their duty weapons. And they're sold for a price of $300.
Okay, thank you.
chief, if you've got 13 people and you've got 13 veterans, you get one of those veterans that's federal, you don't have any spare. I don't have 13, so I have 12. The 13 was for, the 13 is spare. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Other questions?
I have one. Did you prepare this presentation?
I did.
I think it's terrific.
I wanted to get, James Earl Jones to narrate it, but I just couldn't get, you know, it's more fun, you know?
Other than that, I think it's perfect.
Okay, the next thing on my wish list is retention pay. So the cost of living, like I said earlier, has increased by 8.5% since 2021. Edgewood, due to geographical location, has forced us to compete with some of the largest and highest paid agencies in the state. APD, New Mexico State Police, Santa Fe PD, Santa Fe County, Bernalillo County SO. In order to retain officers, we need to stay competitive with surrounding agencies. The town of Edgewood is not in a protected bubble, from crime outside. Proactive police officers keep Edgewood as one of the safest cities. Edgewood police officers self-initiate over 400 calls each month. From January 2022 to April 2022, the Edgewood Police Department has made over 125 arrests. There's an extreme shortage for police officers across this country. We need to retain the officers we have. So many agencies across the state have implemented a retention pay plan as an incentive to keep officers. APD gives credit for an officer's years of service, starting from when they were first certified in the academy up to their current years of service. I am requesting to adopt a years of loyalty retention pay chart. So that would essentially reward years of service that an officer has with the town of Edgewood. I currently only have one officer that's been with the department for over 5 years, and that would be Sergeant Urbina there in the back. Oh, my chart didn't show up. I have Albuquerque Police Department's retention pay chart here. Currently, oh, it just was a click away. Okay. Okay, so this is an example of Albuquerque Police Department's retention pay chart. Now, keep in mind, they do pay from active years of service from when the officer was certified to present. This chart is actually now null and void. They have actually increased this by 5%. So this is their old pay chart. This is my proposed retention pay chart for years of loyalty with the town of Edgewood. So you would get no credit from 1 to 4 years of service. But when you hit year 5, you would steadily start to receive retention pay for your years of loyalty with the town of Edgewood. So to break down the cost of what this would be to the town, by the end of the summer this year, I will not only have Sergeant Urbina, but I will have 2 more that have been with the department for over 5 years. So that would result in a total cost to the town for all 3 officers for the retention pay chart based on this that I'm proposing $7,450 for fiscal year 2023. There would be 1 more addition fiscal year 2024, no additions for fiscal year 2025. Now we move on to salaries. Now this is the top of my wish list. So I don't know if you guys have heard, but I've been speaking with Chief Urbina over in Boyardi. The town of Boyardi is moving on their next council meeting is moving as an action item to increase their patrol officer salaries to $30.47 an hour. So this is just a case study for agencies in our area. Albuquerque for fiscal year 2023 is moving also, Santa Fe Sheriff's Office is hoping to match Santa Fe PD at the 3596. Bernalillo County did not get back to me with their numbers. I utilized what was on the website which showed $30 an hour, but, I know that's old data. Now, one thing to keep in mind when we're talking about other agencies' salaries, yes, the police department currently does not offer, like other agencies do, currently does not offer shift differential pay, specialty pay for education, FTO, bilingual, among other specialties. And we do not offer retention pay to operate, retention pay or operate off a years of service pay scale like other agencies, allotting for officers with more experience to get a different, pay bracket. All officers in the Edgewood Police Department, with the exception of command staff, are paid the same once they're off of probation. Now, I do not expect for Edgewood to pay more than or to even match State Police, APD, Santa Fe PD, or anything, or one of those larger agencies. But I'm very confident that the proposed number the number that I'm proposing will make us not only competitive, but help us keep the officers that we have. I'm requesting to move the Edgewood patrol officers to $31 an hour. And while in doing so, keep the same pay gap that we have currently, which is the separation between patrol and command staff, the first patrol officer and sergeant, and that would bump sergeants up to $35.86 an hour. I'm also asking to increase the pay of my administrative assistant. I'm proposing a 10.5% pay increase for the administrative assistant. So what I did here is my figuring went 10.5% minus 8.5% cost of living. That gives a 2% pay increase that she would actually take home. The administrative assistant's current wage is $18.81. I'm proposing that she be bumped up to $20.78. The total cost breakdown on salaries, pay increase for officers, sergeants, and administrative assistants. The current salary budget for the police department is $745,808. The proposed salary budget after the increase that I just discussed with you would kick up the new salary budget to $865,169, which would be a difference of $119,361 for 12 employees. This concludes the Edgewood Police Department budget for fiscal year 2023. I'll stand for any questions.
Commissioners?
Madam Chair, I have one quick question before we go into, salaries and those issues. Under the police department, earlier this year, we had talked about putting a generator in there. My question to the mayor is that going to be under building, or would that be under the police department itself?
I guess I'd have to find out how the budget is allocated out for repairs and maintenance. Does it go by department?
I'd like for the chief to answer that. We have discussed it.
Okay.
So the big question came about for the generators as far as what was the necessity for the generator. Now, currently the police department has a key card access to get into and out of, to get into the building. So if, that would be the main source of utilizing the generator. Power goes out, we can't even get into the building. Now, if we were to create a key card access, which was actually discussed by me and Commissioner Anaya and the sheriff, so that a keypad could be utilized with battery operated access, and that would actually give us access to the buildings where we could get in and out. If the power was to go out, officers still could maintain their operability by the laptops in their unit.
What about the, I guess the jail piece of it? I heard that wouldn't be able to be opened. Like if there was a prisoner.
So
temporarily.
if we had the keypad access, then we could get in and out of that portion. If anywhere that it has a key card, that would change, with power outage.
Okay. What about the servers?
They would be down, yeah, the servers would be down.
I believe there's a temporary backup, maybe we could talk on that. I don't know exactly the functionality of it.
Madam Chair,
Commissioner Anaya?
that, the computer system is backed up with a battery backup, but that doesn't last very long. And we know that the power here in Edgewood can go out for days now, especially if it's power poles that are knocked down. This is something that is crucial to keeping, the police department operable. And also, I'm more concerned about the liability of having a prisoner in there and then something malfunctions. That liability would just be too great for the town to have to absorb.
It does seem like a generator would help things, operations continue, especially if there was an extended period of time.
Yes.
Okay.
But again, I don't know to bring it up to this department or building maintenance, so that would be.
I think that Manny has it on his budget.
Okay, Manny's in what department?
Maintenance.
Maintenance, okay. Building maintenance, never mind, subject closed.
Okay, Amelia, how has this been done in the past? Is the maintenance charged to each department, each operation?
It kind of depends on what it is.
Okay,
It really depends on what it is. If it's townwide, it would be the maintenance department, but if it's the department, that's only affecting that department and by department.
okay. And I
So-
can see that fitting into like emergency operations
Yes.
too.
Madam Mayor, may I interject?
Yes,
So Commissioner Naya, one thing that we may actually be able to resolve this whole issue with is that grant that we just received.
right.
Since it's for equipment for emergency services,
Yeah.
we may be able to utilize that fund for this generator.
I believe it is listed on there, so that solves that problem.
Okay,
Okay, and sorry, but we do need to move forward pretty quickly here. Do you guys, anything else? And I know we don't have to make decisions on this today, but, we can certainly, think about questions that we have, and for our next workshop, you know, have you prepare anything else that we're wondering about. I do know that the, loyalty pay is something that Sergeant Lovato and I talked about at the time a couple of years ago, and it's very important to me to be able to retain the officers that we're training. It takes, I know from my own small business, as you put so much money into an employee and then to just have to lose them is it's not good investment of your time or money.
I have a couple of comments.
Okay.
So when the cost of goods goes up, our GRT revenue goes up with it. So we get an automatic bump that's equivalent to basically cost of living increase for the town revenue. So I'm in support of doing some of these things. One comment, or there had been some discussion at one point about a combination of loyalty pay with meritocracy, by creating new positions like Sergeant 1, Sergeant 2, Sergeant 3, and so forth. I'm highly in favor of the combination of the two, and which takes into account both. And so I just want to make that comment for future reference there.
Okay, thank you, Chief.
Thank you.
Do we have anything on
Great
fire?
presentation, thanks.
Yes, great job.
Thank you. Like the new uniform. Thank you, sir.
Manager Davis, anything on fire? Do you have the amount that we pay each year to Santa Fe County? Is that about $45,000 a month, I believe? Okay.
I don't have the exact figure in my mind right now. I would have to pay for this, the fire portion
Okay,
of that,
yeah. All right, so we'll estimate that in the budget, and, unless our agreement changes.
I apologize, it's, $412,200 a year budget
Okay,
for the fire protection for this, Santa Fe County.
okay. All right, the EOC, Bob, would you mind coming up and addressing everyone about the Emergency Operations Center and some thoughts and ideas for budget?
Well, I wasn't prepared to give you full budget issue, but I can talk to what the EOC is responsible to do, and I think we talked about it being in I'm in the process of writing, I think there's about 11 plans, including strategic plan, management plan, and you might want to incorporate that into your strategic management plan, because it's how to keep the whole process going. The emergency management plans that I'm writing fit the EOC. There's a COOP plan that has to be put, that's continuity of operations. There's a recovery, preparedness, mitigation plans. I've got rough draft now, 4 of them, including a documentation plan which coordinates with the town. There will be linkages with fire and police in the process of notifications to the EOC or giving them some information if they need to go bigger. The understanding is that the EOC is there to support police and fire if they need something that they don't have enough resources for, and for the rest of the citizens of Edgewood. So if there's a major evacuation to a wildland fire, for example, we would have to, outline which routes they would take and set that up and help people to get to places. One of the issues here is the gymnasium in the facility next door. We have a major winter storm here where we have to house people. That would be a good location for putting people. And so we're looking at, in the preparedness plan, getting that set up and locked down so that we have a plan of action for a major disaster in this particular area. And so, and there's been a legal need for this process within the town, because the town is a separate entity according to the state. We're not Santa Fe County, we are the town of Edgewood. So the idea is here, we need to protect our citizens and we need to put the processes in place. As far as budget goes, right now, I know there was a grant put in, I don't know what the money figures are, I'm not really getting into that at this point because I'm busy trying to get the processes, the training, and all the other things needed together. I believe we have enough money to set up the computer systems and to get Web EOC, which is the interlinkages between other counties and the state. So if we had something that went to a type 1 or type 2 incident or a type 3 incident, it would be a major issue that we would have to probably be putting people up into Santa Fe or possibly into other EOCs around the area. We have Bernalillo County, Sandoval County, Torrance County we're not really connected with, however, there may be some overlap with mutual aid and whatever. I don't know what the chief for the police department has as far as mutual aid and MOAs, memorandums of understanding or agreements, but we'll get to that process and work that into the plans so that we have a good linkage to all of the other entities that we may have to work with. So it's a big project. There's a lot there. My background is, just for your information, is I was an assistant chief of training and also an assistant chief of operations within the Kirtland Fire Department, retired a long time ago. Right here will prove that. I am also, I was working for Sandia for about 10.5 years in their emergency management section, doing the training and setting up their personnel. We had response forces and we had the EOC itself. So I was involved in all of that. I set up a fire science program for TBI. I was the original guy to do that. But my background is pretty diverse as far as emergency response goes, and as well as I was a CEM to International Association for Emergency Managers. I was a certified emergency manager. I'm retired now, so I'm a retired certified emergency manager. I don't know if you have specific questions right now. We're trying to put this together. It could be up to, I don't know, you're thinking a year. I don't know how fast that's going to be able to move, but I'm looking at a 2-year process. I'm going to cut down a lot of that with the plans that I already have. I'm just changing them and making them meld together. So by the time I get done with this, probably another 3 or 4 months, I'm figuring we'll have the plans in place and hopefully the EOC's basis for operation in place, and then we just need people to be able to come in and get the training, and the training isn't that much, but it should be coming together, and then we will be a proactive EOC for the area. And we're central to a lot of counties, so it's very important with what we're doing here. Anybody have any questions for me? I don't know if that's.
That's great, Bob, thank you for that.
I just want to say I really appreciate the work you're doing on this. It's really great. I like the local control more than having it farmed out to Santa Fe County, and I really appreciate everything you're doing to help us with this.
I mean, actually, I'm having fun.
He is.
Back time for me.
He is.
I'm enjoying it. I haven't met the chief yet, and I haven't, well, we've talked a little bit about Santa Fe County Fire Department, my position on that. But we're going to try to bring all of these entities together. We need to have cohesion in the process, and we need to be able to reach out and for resource capabilities, be able to coordinate all that activity and get it done prior to, so we have a good capability here. I think we can get it done.
We did have a mayor's caucus with the municipal league on Thursday, and I asked some of the other mayors if they would be willing to share information on their EOCs, just because of the fire danger that everyone is under right now with the winds and the dryness, and so they are going to provide those to us as well. And we did hear from the sheriff that they would be willing to support our municipal EOC in any way that they could. So I know that they're willing to collaborate. And as far as budget goes, I think what we can do is, as we see the need, make requests of the commission, hopefully be able to cover it with emergency grants like the one that we applied for, and in the future apply for more grants. And I think there's plenty of resources out there right now that we can do that. And at that point in time, then we will address more budgetary items and do bars if we need to then.
There was one other thing I think I sent you yesterday. One of the congressmen had put out linkages for wildland, and one of the linkages is for like the public. It would be good if you have some means on the computer system to put those links out so people know what they need to build, so that they have their get-to-go bags or whatever they need to do if they have to evacuate. And it helps the citizens to understand that, hey, we could very easily right now get into that situation. And we need to have people ready to go, and they have to evacuate, they're prepared for it. So.
Prepare for themselves and their pets, and
Yeah.
just be thinking ahead to all of those scenarios that could happen. So, all right, thank you very much. Thanks for being here today.
No problem.
All right, communications. This is an area that was identified as a need for improvement. I think was brought up at one of the meetings with the repeaters, right, on radio communications. Okay.
I'm going to pass this to the chief.
Madam Mayor, Commissioners, this is on the next commission meeting. I don't know if you want me to address it or touch on it now.
We can skip to the next meeting, that's fine. I just want to make sure we're covered on budget, make sure we have budget. Okay, animal control. I guess Chief, this is you as well.
line item increase for gas, in the amount of $1,000 be, allotted to this line item as fuel prices have continued to increase. I'm also requesting that, the training budget be increased from $750 to $1,500. Trainings this past year and a half have been very limited due to COVID, but now they're starting to open back up, and I would absolutely love to take advantage of these trainings. There's still a lot of scholarships and stuff available for these trainings, but for the ones that do not offer scholarships or grants, we still need to try to get our officers, the best training that we can.
Madam Chair, can I ask one question, please?
Commissioner Anaya.
Chief, on the, budget where you put down for gasoline only $1,000, are you talking about just putting $1,000 for the entire year increase?
Yes, sir. We have yet to go over the budget that we currently have, so it's just a precautionary measure.
How many vehicles are in the?
2.
Okay, thank you.
I'm also requesting a line item increase for furniture and fixtures. Now, as y'all know, we have currently ordered the Cattery, which was $18,900, and that excludes the shipping cost of the Cattery. So we are already over this line item by $4,520. And that, like I said, that does not include the price to ship them to the town of Edgewood. Now, the delivery date, on the Cattery is still unknown. We're still trying to get numbers as far as shipping and costs of that nature. But if it was to spill into fiscal year 2023, that would essentially alleviate some of the costs that we're already over budget, but at the same time, it'll also nearly wipe out the line item for the following year. So one item that I would like to add amount that I would like to add would be $4,000. This would be to purchase an additional storage shed for the animal control shelter. The shelter has very little internal storage and space, so this would allow animal control officers to keep the shelter more tidy, more neat, more picked up, more organized. Because right now there's stuff stacked on top of stuff, and there's just not enough storage in the facility where to put something. So I would like to get an additional $4,000 to purchase one of those storage sheds from a local vendor. My next line item increase request would be for vehicles. So in August 2021, we ordered a much-needed animal control truck. Now, due to the chip shortage, we have yet to receive this vehicle. The problem is that we were allotted for $32,000 to purchase this truck, but the actual price of the truck was $38,537.82. So we are already in a negative $6,537.82 if this truck was to come in, which I don't foresee it coming in this fiscal year. Not to mention that does not include the outfit the outfit of this vehicle, which would be your lights and your radio for the animal control truck. Keep in mind that we're going to utilize the same kennels and transfer them to the new vehicle. This is not a reoccurring line item as far as for animal control as it is the police department. So I'm requesting $11,500 to cover the remaining cost for what that vehicle is going to cost us, not to mention the upgrade of that vehicle, lights and radios go on. Next thing would be into the wish list. So I'm asking for a pay increase for animal control officers. I'm proposing a 10.5 pay increase. For the animal control officers. The cost of inflation, once again, the 8.5% minus 10.5% minus your 8.5% leaves a 2% raise. Currently, I have one animal control officer that makes $15.79. The other animal control officer makes $16.39. The proposed amount would bring both animal control officers up to $18.11 an hour. And here's the total cost breakdown for both ACOs. The current budget for salary for animal control is $66,950. The proposed increase for fiscal year 2023 would be $75,337.60. So that's a difference of $8,387.60 for both officers. And this concludes the Edgewood Animal Control budget for fiscal year 2023. I'll stand for any questions.
Any questions or comments? Okay, thank you, Chief. Wastewater. Do you have a proposed budget for wastewater?
Yes, the budget stands for the salary as of the normal, budget item, but we do have, having passed this, request for 3 additional considerations. The first one is, $28,632 for panel package. I'm not sure, exactly, I can't explain, I don't know, Commissioner Anaya, if you want to think about the panel package.
I don't right now.
Is that these items?
Yes.
Is that we're looking at? And are you looking at the one from,
TP pump.
TP Pump or for Earth for Life Kubota? Okay.
And then the second item, from the, Kubota for, it's a quotation for membrane cartridge, and the shipping cost is also $55,800.
And these were submitted by Mike?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, the membranes have to be replaced periodically,
Because of the hard water.
because of the hard water and normal wear and tear.
And I'm very surprised that we have almost this much in time since I was, back in, 2012 and 13. The price difference is huge. And then the third item that, they're asking, for is a chipper, with, total $13,772 because, they do have, quite a bit of, well, how should I say, I'll let, Stephanie help.
He explained, he says that the reason for the chipper is that we do have a lot of, grass clippings and tree limbs, and he could chip that, and what he does is that he would, when he goes to the back of the truck, he can put it back in the truck and put the sludge, so when he goes to take it to the landfill, it's much easier to come out the back and unload, yeah.
And that's Mike as well, this is his
That's
request.
fine, but it would also, I think, assist our, maintenance department.
Madam Chair.
Commissioner Anaya?
That was one of the items that, would benefit the entire town, especially utilizing the chipper for the park, Echo Ridge Park, and, we would be able to, use a lot of the chippings for the, walk paths, and then also again for the wastewater treatment plant, and then taking a lot of the limbs that have been cut off of the trees and mulching all of those down there. So it would benefit the entire town to have one of them. And there's 2 different kinds that you can use on it. One being, attached to the Bobcats, which I feel would probably be one of the better ideas, because the Bobcat that we have is, I believe it's super, high flow, a high flow system on the Bobcat, which allows the mulcher to work even better. It gives it more horsepower than to have one that's just pulled around. So either way would be great, but, my suggestion would be for the Bobcat.
Okay, so is this paperwork quotes that we are asking?
Madam,
Quotes or what, what is this?
So So you received these requests from Mike, and these are above 20,000, it looks like on some of these items, so is this, we obtained the quotes already, or are you just asking to go out? Okay, so we just wanna know, you're just informing us about these, okay.
Okay, yeah, and we're supposed to have a PowerPoint from each department, so let's go ahead and do that next time. And the courts, who do we have from the courts? Or did we not?
We were, notified that, basically with, all the, budget items will remain, and the judge has, indicated that, he would like to, whatever the increase we have for the salary,
Okay,
he would support.
okay, perfect. Legislative, have you all identified anything that needs to change? There was a bar for the electronic equipment, for the commissioners in the beginning of the year, but for this next fiscal year, yeah, I'm not sure. We need to put in possibly the,
For the legislative, I apologize, I'm one step ahead. The budget item for the legislative will stay the same, except the benefits will increase. And so that with the commissioners, some of your, I think one of you might have to put out-of-pocket contribution because of the increase in the French, the health insurance and the para.
so the cost of the insurance and the benefits for the whole town is increasing, and for the employees as well.
Correct.
And, so the commissioners who are participating will actually owe, in some cases, more than their checks are if they're participating
We're
in the
not
benefits.
paying more than $20 a month.
Yeah. And then, so when you're talking a budget increase, it means the town's portion of those.
Exactly.
Yeah, okay. And then anything that's increased on the employee side, as far as the commission, they'll have to pay. Yeah.
To clarify, we have increased for the insurance and para, it will affect the town's portion. The town's portion will increase, and then the individual employee's portion will increase respectively.
Okay.
It's not, the increase is both sides, not just one side. Because the employees will contribute their 20% of their health insurance.
Okay.
So they will increase.
And we cannot just, increase the salaries for the legislation side for the commission. We can, but it would take impact into the next time after an election. So that is something, that we need to consider.
Correct.
And because these costs will continue to go up and keep throwing everyone into the negative. So I guess we should open it up for comments on that.
You mean from the audience?
Anyone? Commissioners, administration?
May I add something?
Sure.
The pay that we have for the commissioners, which is horrendously low, $400 a month, was implemented 8 years ago.
Probably more.
A little more than that, and we're way behind in making adjustments for that. I apologize to the commissioners that it is that low. It's one of the lowest in the state.
What's the average?
More like $1,000.
It's more than that.
It would depend on your municipality, and coming from the village that we have, they have an increase in there. So
Do you remember even way back then about how much it was, the mayor's, do you remember?
The mayor, I think, was somewhere around 18,000. What they did
meeting on top of that. And they had the first meeting, was a higher rate than the second meeting, so they were paid for being a mayor or counselor plus meeting, and then the second meeting was meeting pay. And then in the additional meetings, such as budget meetings, whichever, was additional pay. But
Okay.
Mayor and commissioners, we could look and check with the municipalities. I can get on the website with the municipal clerks and see what they pay their mayors, commissioners, counselors. I believe there's commissioners in Alamogordo. There's 2 or 3 communities that are commissioners.
Yeah, it depends on your philosophy, I guess, about commissioners. It's, you know, the pay is so low, I'd almost rather not receive any, and that way I feel like I'm contributing rather than just underpaid.
I know if we were to exactly calculate it out, those of us that could be doing other things, we're in the negative.
As a town manager, I really want to make a point that our commissioners are putting way more time than we had anticipated, and it is, I am very much appreciative of the time and the effort that they have put into help the town catch up and stay current. This is extremely time consuming for them.
It's getting better. You know, the first 45 days, I think I worked 12 to 16-hour days, 7 days a week, and then I crashed for a couple of days. I think it's getting better. I think it will get better as we get out of this emergency phase from making up for all the things the last administration dropped the ball on. And so I think it's going to get better. And I don't view this as doing this for the money, but I want to make sure that younger people who have jobs are still get paid enough to be able to do the job as well for the next phase after the next election. I don't know. It's a big subject to take up at some point.
Yeah, it is. There's different philosophies about it. You know, the legislature has discussed this too, and I don't know. I mean, to me, it's public service. I personally take any benefit that I receive from the position and donate it, either for items to the town or to, I see someone in the audience going, can donate it to me, to us.
Parks and Rec, yeah.
Or to nonprofits in the area. And so that's my way of giving back. And at the school district, we donated to our funds to scholarship for kids.
That's right.
And so, but, you know, not everybody can do that. It's not an absolute requirement to give back in that way. And so, yeah, there's a lot of different philosophies on it. But, you know, if they should choose to go for the insurance and benefits of the town, it's kind of logistically even a nightmare that it's going in the negative. So, I mean, that needs to be remedied, in my opinion, for sure. Yeah, it is a lot. And I will say that it's the results that the town receives is really directly tied to the amount of effort that's put out by the volunteers on the committees, and by the administration, and by the commissioners too, in their leadership. And so if you don't do a lot, not a lot is going to happen in the town. If you want results and you want things like Echo Ridge Park to come to fruition after how many years? 5, 6 years? Then you have to work really hard. And I know that we've had very, very long days. And so anyway, I think we do need to give some guidance on that and what we want to do and make a decision here in the next month.
And as you say, it'll only, I mean, as far as the benefits go, that has to be remedied, but it will only, any change in the pay structure would only work to the benefit of the next administration, right?
After the election,
After the election.
then it can become effective, so. All right, finance.
These are the items that we're, considering requesting, that, for the revenue that, we'll be using to, balance our budget, will increase the gross receipts tax portion of the revenue for the budget at 5% based on 2022 that has been budgeted. I know that we have quite a bit more actual gross receipts tax for the town of Edgewood, but the consensus is that between the mayor, the clerk, and I, is that we need to be very conservative and not expect the gross receipts tax revenue for the town of Edgewood to continue as rapidly as it has been. And that unfortunately, we do have benefits increase. The medical is 7.9%. We are under the umbrella of the town, of the city of Albuquerque health insurance. And then the para for both, which is the town's portion, is 0.5% increase this year. It is going to increase incrementally every year for 5 years to 2026, 4 years. And so the benefit increase that we're talking about will affect both the town's benefit expense and unfortunately for the employees, their portion too. And therefore, we're asking 5% increase to employee salary to cover the cost of the employee benefits, so that the employees will not have a negative cash flow with their salary, that at least will cover their benefits increase.
Commissioner Powers?
So I need to ask a question with regard to increasing GRT. Are you talking about the allocation of the revenue from the GRT, or are you talking about increasing gross receipts tax?
No, we're talking about allocating.
Yeah.
What it is that we, our revenue for the town's functioning uses the gross receipts tax. And so what I was just saying is that what we had budgeted for 2022, we're just increasing that by 5%.
And as I was saying earlier, you know, when the cost of goods goes up, then of course anything you buy locally, the taxes revenue to the town will go up.
Right.
So it's not like we're gonna have to raise the taxes, we're just talking about raising the percentage
Using the
allocation.
portion of the gross
Yeah.
receipts tax.
I see.
Our estimation of revenue
Yeah.
is basically because we have to have a zero-based budget, so everything that we estimate, and we want to estimate revenue conservatively because we don't want to be short, then all of that revenue gets expensed out between all the different operations of the town. And Amelia, did you guys do Stephanie, did you do the trend analysis of how much GRT has been increasing?
I compared last year to this year based on the spreadsheet that you guys get every month with your financials. And from last year to this year, it was about 15% increase. So 5% is really conservative.
Yeah.
Okay. And we do have new businesses coming in, of course, the dispensaries, and then we have the brew pub and many other businesses that I don't need to go through, but they will be coming.
So the medical 7.9%, that's an increase that you're projecting to cover the cost, or?
No, we know.
On the projection, the city of Albuquerque did inform us that it's going to be the increase this year.
Which is interesting because they're saying inflation's gone up about 8%. That's just almost exactly what that is. So, okay.
So
So that means when I bid on work, I need to increase it 8%.
I need my $400 a month to go up 8%, which would be like $30. I could buy lunch. Be good.
Well, I can put more diesel in my truck.
So the 5% increase to employees is to cover the cost of inflation. Is that what we're talking about?
Yes.
Okay.
Just a second.
So, and I'm not speaking for myself, but I just think you need to understand, this is just to keep the town employees currently where they're at.
Yeah.
There is no inflationary pay increase for employees based on this. This is just to to match for their, to pay for their increase in benefits.
Yeah.
So they're taking
Oh,
away
in
what is the
benefits.
same.
I think there's a little bit of cushion, but, because we talked about that, there's a little bit, but not a lot. So, in other words, if we didn't do this, Brad's right, they would be having less in their check than they
that's a
receive
negative.
now.
I see.
And so this is just to make them whole because of the increase in the cost of the benefits and maybe a little bit more.
It would depend on the route and relocate, how that's going to affect.
Okay.
This is an average.
And I do want to point out, we discussed, merit-based pay, which the town is actually still under. And, we were not gonna, I guess this, administration was not recommending that since evaluations were not performed by the past administration consistently the way that they should have been, so.
And that's a requirement, right, we have?
Yes, it is.
Madam Mayor and Commissioners, also, I finally received, a quote, which I would bring back, I only have one, of updating our pay plan now. I was able to see something, I got it last night. So it's something we'll bring back also to see where we're at as far as our employees and their hourly rate pay.
Okay. I guess for the procurement side of it, if it's over 20, or is it less than 20?
No, ma'am, I would be using the same company, and he sent me, approximately $8,000 just to update. Just go through an update, because he's got all our information from the previous year, which was 2015, I believe.
Okay, so it doesn't need to come to commission is my conclusion on that. And then if you couldn't get quotes from other vendors, then that's the only responsive vendor, then you just have to go with that and document everything in your procurement. Yeah, okay.
Madam Chair,
Commissioner Anaya?
I have a question on that, the evaluations that you just brought up. Is that possible that could fall as a finding in the audit?
Yes, it is a finding already, and it'll probably repeat for this fiscal year.
Oh.
We can't remedy that because it's already toward the end of the fiscal year, or can we do that?
Mayor and Commissioner, I believe our personnel policy addresses that by July 1, evaluations would be completed. So I don't know that it would go into the next year, if we can do this before the end of the fiscal year.
Okay.
Should do that.
Yeah.
We can, accomplish that in the month of June.
Yeah, I think anything we can do to remedy the previous findings from the previous year's audits, we should do. That was part of the problems that we identified, that we want to correct, so.
We will.
Okay.
And then we're looking into, positions that are, to be recruited or that they are open. First is the town manager. And we're, discussing, getting the, job description for business manager that we had discussed in previous meeting that we had. And of course, I'm recruiting for the clerk treasurer. And we will, be recruiting for the police chief, code enforcement, in which that, we have, had the job, the position open, has been, it is not a new position. And, we're still, recruiting for the wastewater operator and, the custodian position. The last, 4 positions have been, in existence, and we do have, the positions budgeted.
Question on that?
Pardon?
On the wastewater operator, that is a position that's been open and unfilled,
Correct.
and that's an on-site position, or are we talking about the?
On-site?
Okay, so it's not replacing the,
No.
aqua environmental operator, or is it?
No, that is up to how the commission would, like to structure that. It's one of those things where, to be honest with you, with the wastewater operator position, the one that's fulfilled now and the one that's open, I would like to talk to, the commissioners in the future about, I I think, those positions are underpaid.
Okay,
That's why we're not getting any applicants.
I see. And the wastewater operator requires a license, certification as a
There's
wastewater
several
operator?
levels of certification, and, the higher that you go, the higher that you can, be paid.
And that current, position is, or the requirement for certified operators being fulfilled by Larry Hall?
Yeah.
Yes, because, we don't have any, particular person with that level
I see,
available for the town of Edgewood.
I see. Does Mike Garcia hold any certifications currently in that regard?
No.
Okay, thanks.
And so with the final budget, we're going to have the increases due to inflation, such as fuel and employee, not particularly the salaries, but the benefits, which will affect their salary. Do we have anything else? It's, the budget for the finance department is pretty cut and dry, in that, we don't feel that, we need to, we don't want to decrease any other of the subcategories that we have, like the professional, services and so on, because those things are very unpredictable, and we are underspent on some of them quite a bit, and it's one of those things where I would rather leave them there, and then if, any urgency comes next fiscal year, that could be, addressed by the commissioners.
I think a lot of the overages on that was, related to legal fees.
Yeah.
So that is something that we will definitely work to decrease. Right, so
The
next,
trajectory is that we will be decreasing at some point next year.
thank you. How about public works, roads?
I don't know if you guys have, copies of, it's a wish list.
I wish upon a star.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And on the, equipment request, for the road department, it's, to replace the aging equipment that we need. It's not, the current equipment that we use it, and it just gonna need a lot of repairs on like the water truck, develop, a lot of pinholes on it. And, the dump truck would be, needing a lot of repairs on both the plow and the salt spreader. One of the items would be a new item, which is a broom. We don't have an industrial type street sweeper. We currently use in emergency an attachment that goes on the Bobcat. This would be a totally separate, piece of equipment.
Can I ask you a question about the broom?
Sure.
Do you run that on just the main roads, or what? I've never really seen that broom attachment being utilized.
It is used mainly after the winter where you have, cinders on the sidewalks and the, curbs. They use it to sweep off all that, the red cinders that accumulate.
I notice you've got salt notated on here too. Is the town actually putting salt on the roads in the wintertime, or just the cinders?
It's a mix of, this past winter, It was, 2-to-1, two, parts, cinders, one part salt. In the past, it was split, it was 4 parts cinders and 1 part salt.
I see, and why the change?
They chose to increase the amount of salt, but I don't know the reason.
Okay.
Is the salt cinder mix something we purchase as a batch?
Yes, it's in bulk. They, ship, well, when they order it, it's, this past year, 2-to-1, whatever amount the cinders would order, they would order 1 shipment of salt. And, then it's mixed, it comes in bulk, it's, and then the, whatever, is gonna need the stockpile, we mix it and pile.
You know, if at some point you could get back to us on why they changed the ratio, I'm concerned about this usage of salt because it's so destructive to everything it touches, including the cars that run on it, but also the paving surface, the concrete. And so I'm just wondering if it's really necessary. I know back east it's really necessary because it won't melt. But here, we typically get a melt off, you know, after just about every snow. So I'd like to hear back at that at some point.
Sure.
Okay.
That I can do. And I think the main reason that, you prepared the mix for a severe winter.
Yeah.
We haven't had that in the last, several years. We haven't had a real severe winter where that would be required, you know?
Yeah.
So, I don't know, I'll look into other options also, instead of maybe preparing that with a lot of salt, maybe less.
Yeah.
Until you have that real severe ice and snow.
That sounds like a good plan because if you really need it, then it's great to have it available, but to utilize it, you know, I've seen some of the destructive effects on everything it touches. So if we use it sparingly, I'm all for that, but, only in that instance. Thank you.
Maybe one of the possibilities is use more cinders.
Yeah.
Until the severe need for it.
Thank you.
Madam Chair?
Commissioner Naya?
There's another item that I'd like to add to the road department, and I believe this could be used around the entire town, but since the road department is trying to store, excuse me, all the equipment, is, if you've noticed at nighttime, for our meetings, we've been having to use a, generator for lights. Now, that problem will be taken care of here, hopefully in the next month or so, around the parking lot for us. But for Parks and Rec, for the highway department, when they have to do night service, and even for the police department, if they ever did a, DWI location, or DWI checkpoint, there you go, thank you, sir. We need those types of lights, so I would recommend that we add at least one 4 kW, 25-foot long run, light, and then we don't have to lease one, every time we need it. It's something that, the town really should have had a long time ago.
You got quotes on that at one time. How much are they?
Those run anywhere from 8,000 to 12,000.
I think we have a $7,500 quote.
Again, you know, that's why I say 8 to that range, depending on the type, that we get, you know, whether it be a Generac generator or, you know, a Tahachi or something like that. Depends on the generator.
You would want, one that's dependable, that will have a long life.
Yes. So anyhow, Madam Chair, that's what I'd like to add to the,
The light tower?
yeah, the light tower.
Okay, commissioners, do you want to give any guidance to the administration or wait until the next meeting?
I just have one more question, if I can. On the backhoe, I noticed that you're talking about maybe handing down one to the wastewater department, but it's in good working condition. Have you had any requests from wastewater regarding the need for a backhoe?
In the past, he commented that he would like to have one,
Okay,
and that's the reason for doing that.
okay.
But it is, in really good condition presently.
Okay. Maintaining it well, I guess.
Yes.
Good.
All right, thank you. Let's go next to maintenance. We do have a presentation on this one also. Have it? Jesus?
No, you don't have, do you have it?
Do you have the presentation? Oh,
Okay.
okay. But I mean, it is a presentation, so I'm wondering where the file is to share. Okay. Okay. All right, go ahead.
Okay. I'm trying to request a cab tractor with a rotary mower. It's called a brush hog. For now, all of our equipment is not sufficient for all the areas that we're needing to be mowed. And, we need a mower that has the ability to obtain site turn radius, areas that are difficult to maneuver around safely. And we'll be able to mow in large areas in a timely manner. All our equipment is we have an old Ford tractor. I think they got it in the surplus. It has a lot of leaks. And the mowing deck is 16 foot, bigger than the areas that we get into, the mowing area.
What's the average width of the areas you're mowing?
Average, they've been doing 8 foot.
Uh-huh.
So we have a request for a 6 foot brush hog.
And are you having trouble keeping up with the mowing now?
We haven't started. We'll probably start in a couple of weeks.
Okay.
So it'll be my first time mowing up in this area.
Madam Chair.
Commissioner Naya.
On the the mower, is it one that is attached to the Bobcat also?
No, this will be a whole different, cab.
But the one we have currently?
What we have right now, for the Bobcat, it has one, but it's not made for the areas we need it.
Okay, and plus it's pretty dangerous because
Yes.
that's a front mower.
Yes, it's front mower, they've lifted before.
Yes. So I would highly recommend that you guys don't use a mower on front of that Bobcat.
Okay.
Because it does shoot rock to the employee and to the roadway also, but mostly to the employee. And one of those rocks hits you when that blade is moving at full speed. It can damage them pretty good.
And I'd like to add that, because of the damages that we have created, that, the crew is, using the mower, a particular mower at 6 o'clock in the morning.
So what do you have to use in the meantime if that is kind of a dangerous apparatus to
Right now,
use?
it's just been, weed eating, the weed eaters, we really don't have no equipment. We do the fields, like the soccer field, all we have is a little riding mower that's made for 1 acre or 2 acres.
Yeah. And what is the main areas that you have to mow? Like, is it roadside?
Yeah, we got roadside, we got all the main roads from Frost Road all the way to Edgewood 7. We take care of all the roads.
And historically, they've always used the 16-foot wide?
They purchased that a couple of years ago.
Yeah. Huh.
They've been using the Bobcat.
Yeah, don't do that.
This sounds like a real priority to me. I mean, it sounds like they don't have what they need to even just get started this season. Okay.
Do you guys, I'm sorry, Madam Chair.
Sure, and I,
Do you guys have you put a bid out or anything like that yet? Or have you just called to get quotes?
No, I went and got quotes. I got 3 quotes.
Okay, you can turn those over to,
But you should have a copy in your packet, it looks like this. There's pictures and there's the 3 quotes that he did get.
and you, oh, I see them now, I'm sorry.
And I do apologize that, Mandy did, put together a PowerPoint presentation with Sylvia, but it never got forwarded to, Jesus, or to be, that's why you have the printout right now. We did go through the process of putting together the PowerPoint.
thank you for doing that.
Madam Chair, I would, highly likely, suggest that we, purchase that ASAP.
Okay, so we can add on to the agenda, a future agenda, to approve the procurement of actually going out to bid, and then if it's over the 20,000, which I'm sure it is, then it'll have to come back to us for approval. And so if you guys could just make sure that gets on the agenda.
You already have 3 quotes,
Yes.
written quotes?
Yes. I have Mahindra for 40,000 for 45. Then I have a John Deere for 46 for 74. And then I have a Kubota for 46, 90, 50. They're all, 2 of them with the 6-foot brush hog and 1 with a 5-foot.
And my suggestion, if we're gonna make this order for this season, is just to use cash balance, for FY '22 and get this thing ordered. But we'll have to vote on that. It's not something we can do right now.
Madam Mayor?
Yes, Commissioner Bennett?
Madam Mayor, real quick question. The brush hog, is that suitable for mowing the soccer field, or would you need a belly mower underneath the tractor?
Yeah, so one of your, that was my next wish list was a zero turn, mower. That's good for the soccer field, but this brush hog would be too big.
Okay, that's what I was thinking, because you had mentioned the soccer field and.
Yeah, we have those small tractors for that right now.
Yeah, I think I saw somebody out there with a cut bid at.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And is that adequate for what you're doing on the soccer field? Does it work?
It works, but it needs a lot of.
Takes a lot of time.
Does it?
And they, Madam Chair, they cannot use the brush hog on the soccer field. They would totally destroy it.
Yeah, that's.
Mowers are the only thing
Yes.
that can be used.
So maybe we can put that on the agenda for approval for the award on that, since they've already got 3 quotes for the next meeting.
They have it on the agenda already?
Oh, good.
No, I'm asking.
Oh,
No, I was saying, get it on the agenda so we can approve, so I think
Okay.
they understand.
okay.
Okay, and I'm sorry to rush this along, but is there anything else that you wanted to request?
No, I was just leaning more towards John Deere because of the warranty, and they have a better warranty on the equipment. And
Okay.
the timeline to delivery time is 3 to 6 months. And the other one's 1 to 6 months, and then the Kubota ones, they see maybe a year or 2 years.
None of these have anything in stock?
No.
So even if you ordered the one you want, or the one with the earliest delivery timeline, that's not gonna do for this season?
Be pretty close, 3 to 6 months.
Wow.
And they might also be able to search for one locally through other dealers.
Yeah, we could do that.
So,
Okay, guys, we don't have time to problem solve it here, but we do need to move forward. Is there anything else? I didn't wanna cut. Okay, thank you so
Thank you.
much.
Do you want this on the next agenda to consider?
For the John Deere? Yeah,
And do you know where to talk about?
yes. and then we'll go ahead and go to, library. So just as far as timing, I need to let you guys know, I do need to end the meeting by 1:30. And so I have my HOA meeting, at 2:00. So we will need to go through this quickly. I'm thinking we could probably defer the IT until the next, budget workshop. And so, Andrea, if you could be brief, that would be appreciated. And then we'll go on to, planning and zoning and parks and rec.
Of course, and I did prepare a packet for everyone, so if you need more time to digest the information, we've got it right at your disposal there.
Thank you.
So, I just wanted to touch on, to fill the library assistant position once again. Do a quick little look around other, libraries that have similar legal service area population. And it looks like their average is 3.8 employees for similar, service area populations, and that is impacted as well. I also was hoping that we could get a pay increase, and I did a little research, along with that documentation in your packet will show that the job functions and skills that we currently have for the library operations manager and the librarian position are similar to some other job functions, and I was hoping that we could increase the pay for those, particular positions, and then if we were able to add a part-time library assistant position, I did some research on that too. I did include the additional paperwork with, the library operations manager position, outline. It hasn't been updated since 2008. I was hoping that could be done soon. I did list the things that I actually do, the essential functions and knowledge and skills that I actually do it with my position as library operations manager. In that packet. So I'm asking for $31 per hour for the library operations manager, $25 per hour for the librarian position, and the library assistant position be called part-time, called 19 hours per week, with an increase to that pay at $15.50. When I held that the library assistant position, I'm not sure what I started at. I think it was like $9.15, maybe $10 an hour. So I'm just based on my own full-time hours in 2009, where I came up with that 11.13. So these are the different comparisons here. I won't go over each one because I know we're in a time crunch. But that was kind of my big ask. And then also in your packet, I did prepare. I also gave you the department head report that has all the budget line items for the library, that in case you needed to refer to some of those. So this is my ask, to increase the library salaries and wages by $48,492. Now, I'm not sure what kind of effect that will have on the benefit. So I need to get with Kay and Stephanie and see what that projected increase to those line items would be. I don't have the information for you, unfortunately, today. So this is these are kind of the priorities that I'm asking for, the increase in salaries and wages, and then I'm asking an increase to the library acquisition funding by reallocating funds from furniture and fixtures. Let me go down to furniture and fixtures here. And then I have notes on all the other line items. I won't go through all of them, but I'm just asking to keep most of those as is, and I give some reasons why. So furniture and fixtures is going to be on, let's see where we currently sit. We've got 10 grand in that line item. And so I'm asking to put it towards that acquisition. Now we have a very large digital collection through the e-book consortium, and I'm hoping we can continue to add to that. I'm not putting in physical library item, people usually want to read it digitally and, via e-audio book, and so that will allow me to further, subsidize the current funding demands, from the public. So the last couple items that I wanted to talk about really quickly, state library grants and fees, I'm requesting a budget increase, or I'm not sure the terminology, maybe reconciliation. It's not indicative of what we've actually received. And each year, this is not kind of a sure thing, so I kind of asked about $7 grand each year for that line item, but in truth, we received and have spent $9,712.87 for that library state granting. That is voted each, legislative session on local legislators whether or not to add that. So that's not something that is a sure bet. Also wanted to talk to you about the 2020 Go Bond. I'm asking for an increase or reconciliation for fiscal year 22. I've already exhausted these funds on shelving, installing furniture and other chairs for the library. So this is money that, arrives via 3-year reimbursement grant, but, the legislator usually likes to see us spend it and not hold on to it till the end of the grant period, which is usually a 3-year grant period. I usually spend it in over 3 fiscal years, so I'm asking if we can do a slight line item increase to 5,000 instead of the 4,000 something dollars that is allocated for that. It should be allocated over the fiscal year 23, fiscal year 24, fiscal year 25. Usually Santa Fe County voters are pretty good about, voting for the GO bond. And we're coming up on another election, cycle. So we should be, I have high hopes for fiscal year, 22, Go bond allocation. I'm not sure what it's gonna be yet. That just depends. Lastly, the library grants, usually this goes unfunded unless we receive grants. We just received $17,828 in ARPA grants, or excuse me, we got word that we were going to receive it. We haven't received it quite yet, right? Okay. And, so I talked with the state library and they said they're still working on that. We should be getting that soon. So I've already, started expending some of those amounts. And so that's why that budget is unfunded right now. But by the end of this fiscal year, fiscal year 22, I'll have encumbered 5,675 in expenditures. And then, so I'm asking that grant, does not need to be spent until September 30th. So I'm asking for the fiscal year 23 budget to reflect that. And we increase that to the remaining part of that grant, the $12,152.44 for fiscal year 23. And I am done. I would have done as I could. Sorry, thank you for being in there.
Fine. Thank you very much. Any questions?
I have a question.
Yes.
I was looking at the comparison of the average number of full-time employees, and there's some that are less and some that are more, and I'm just wondering if you're experiencing some deficiency that you're requesting an additional employee for, in terms of actual service to the customer.
Yes, it's, very difficult for me to, stay on top of administrative and operational things. I am very involved, with the public. And so if I'm pulled away from the desk, if somebody needs to talk to me or needs help with something, or the volunteers often need a lot of help. And it's not for lack of training. We do ongoing training with the volunteers. It does take me and, Rachel, the librarian, away from the administrative things and all the planning things and materials. We've had to cut back programming, our regular weekly story time programming, because we're able to, devote a lot of time, to planning, prepping, and running the program, because we never know if we're going to have enough coverage at the circulation desk. So the circulation desk has to be covered no matter what. And then we are receiving, the word is getting out that the library is getting really busy again, and so we have noticed a lot more
people coming in, a lot of people using the activities room. And then we'll be having the Young program, in the library too. And so that will put a little bit of, more of a strain on what we try to get done. So it would be fantastic if we could do something like that. It would be great to be able to fully cover lunches. Bathroom breaks we just go need to, but sometimes it's not possible if that person's alone. And it's a little bit of a safety issue too. There will be times where I'll need to watch the desk by myself. A lot of times, and so I just kind of fit things in, and I can continually communicate what we need. So we make it work, but I don't want to make it work anymore. I want to just keep on moving up and moving forward and provide the best kind of service we can for the community.
Okay, thanks.
Can I add something?
Yes.
We have to have help her cover her, 5, 10, 15 minutes at a time because she needed some coverage. And that time, because of the lack of the volunteers, it has been difficult for her to cover 100% of the time at the desk. And I have sat there and did not know how to check out somebody. So and the library, I've seen quite a bit of increase with the patronage of the library. So that I can understand, where she's coming from. So it's one of those things where we have gotten busy.
Rachel's schedule, is Rachel's schedule the same working hours as the library?
Yes. So we're both, Tuesdays through Saturdays, 9 to 6, during the week, and then on the weekend, 9 to 3. And a lot of times I can't get people out the door on Saturdays, so it's usually like 3 or 3:30. And then if I would have to make up my administrative work, I'll usually stay later during the week, or on Saturdays when things are really quiet. So yes, those are the scheduled hours, but we try to get as close to 40 hours as we can, so we're not needing too much overtime, or, to make sure and catch up with administrative work.
Okay.
And Mayor, we have tried, I reached out twice to, Workforce Connections, and we had asked the librarian to assist us in coming up with a flyer. Courtney contacted the school to see if we could have, the high school children, seniors, juniors, maybe want to volunteer sometime, and help at the library also, but we're not getting any response to asking for these positions through them.
All right, let's go next to, thank you, Andrea.
Thank you for your time. I appreciate being involved in the process.
Planning and zoning.
Let me just state real quick that, I think that last kind of throw aside comment that Andrea made, thank you for letting us be involved in the process. I think the entire community is saying that. So Andrea, thank you for making that comment, because I think this process is just so much of an improvement of what we've seen in the past. Okay, so this is going to be kind of straightforward and fairly simple in a sense, because what I want to do is really talk about the identified needs, not just the financial needs, but kind of the functional needs. First of all, the biggest, I think, area in my sense in coming into planning and zoning and operating is in Commissioner Powers, I appreciate what you said about when the public interacts with the government. And so my philosophy is when people walk into my office, I want to engage with them. And, you know, Commissioner Anaya indicated that I said about 80% of the building permits that are coming in are people with families. And I know that because I'm taking the time to talk to people when they're coming in with an application. And I'm taking the time to try to get information when people walk in. And I'm trying to provide information. And I think that's what this commission wants. That's my philosophy. And that's what I want to do. And so for me to do that, I have to be in the office. And so it's been difficult for me to deal with the code enforcement issues. And people do come into the office sometimes in tears because of what they're seeing in this community. And we have basically, well, not only do we have abandoned properties that need to be addressed, but code enforcement has been abandoned for the last year. And things have gotten bad and things have gotten worse. And so my highest priority is to make sure that we do get a code enforcement person, a full-time code enforcement person engaged in the town. And we're looking at the job description of that. And what you do need to understand is the function of that code enforcement person is an investigation and prosecution position. So the way that the job description reads is it requires a certain kind of skill set. And well, you know, the old job description required background in law enforcement. I think if you look at what we're able to pay for code enforcement, you're not going to get a police officer willing to take its tremendous cut in pay to go into code enforcement. So we're adjusting that. I think that construction skills are extremely important, but it does take an individual that would be able to do an investigation, document facts that can go to the court and present those facts to the court, because the only way we're going to effectively do what needs to be done is basically aggressive court action, and I want to be aggressive with our code enforcement going forward. And so that's a combination, not only the code enforcement officer, but it's also going to require a certain amount of legal. Some of these cases can be held in municipal court, but a lot of the cases that we're seeing are going to probably have to be escalated to a district court level. In some cases, up to and including foreclosure. So that's why you're going to see these increases to legal. You're going to see increases to contract work and things like that. So, and then also there is a need for a large format plotter. Commissioner Anaya and Commissioner Powers, I think you both indicated that was something that would have been helpful recently, and I agree. I did have a constituent come in the other day begging for us to print out a set of plans for him, and I said, I can't, we don't have that capacity. And he has to drive to Santa Fe twice to get what needs to be done. So this is, okay, I thought this was going to scroll down, and it's not. So I do have in your packet a spreadsheet printed out. So I just, if I could direct you to that. This scrolls down when I pull it up, it doesn't scroll down when you click on the screen, apparently. So, okay, so the biggest item that I do have on the, oh, there we go, thank you. So the biggest item is the employee, the full-time, the increase to the salary so that we can hire a full-time employee. So the total cost of that with benefits, I guess guessing benefits, but to be able to hire at the mid-range of what we currently have in our job description would be an increase of about $20,000. So in order to get this position funded, it's going to be an increase in the budget with benefits and salary of about $20,000. The travel and mileage, those things should be able to be current. We didn't spend any money in this this fiscal year budget because nothing is being done. So we have a lot of money that did not get expended, so it's hard for me to know, really what my annual need is going to be, but I think we can probably get by with just a flat budget on some of these items. Vehicle maintenance, I can tell you, the vehicle that is assigned to code enforcement is pretty non-functional. I mean, Commissioner Maya took it and he came back just shaking his head, so he is now, so.
I drive my own truck now.
Yeah.
The code enforcement vehicle is.
Yeah, it's tough. It hasn't been maintained, it hasn't, it needs to be gone, and I know that the chief is going to try to, again, sister a vehicle down to us to be used, and so hopefully, at some point in the future, I would love to be able to do an annualized capital expenditure for a vehicle and vehicle replacement, like a normal business would. So we could maybe look at that in the future, but, just things like, battery, the battery hasn't been changed ever, and, just normally. Attorney fees, you see that I did request an increase in attorney's fees, and again, my anticipation for that is due partly for the planning and zoning aspect, but mostly for code enforcement. I see most of these cases are going to, my gut reaction looking at them is that there may be some required district court actions that need to be done. These are going to have to, just looking at the history of what has been done in the past, if you give somebody a citation and it's like, it's going to cost me, $30,000 to comply, I would rather pay a $300 fine and go to court once a year. And that's apparently what's happened. So it's cheaper to pay a $300 fine than to fix the problem. So at some point, we're going to have to make a philosophical decision. Is it the taxpayer's responsibilities to subsidize somebody's lifestyle choices? And my philosophy is no, but there are other taxpayer-funded options if you choose to live a certain way. It's not the taxpayer's job to say, okay, we're going to just support you in doing this, and yes, I'm sorry that you're deteriorating your community, but we're going to ignore the fact that there are taxpayer-funded options for some of these individuals. So attorney's fees is going to need to be increases, professional services and contract services. Again, all of this is in relation, some of the attorney's fees are in relation to planning and zoning. As you know, we had this appeal that we had to hear, and the cost of that was somewhat significant. So part of this is going to be in planning and zoning, but the majority of what I see this is going to be for code enforcement. Office supplies, a slight increase there. We're going to have to support the plotter that we purchased, the large format printer. We could probably, now that we're getting some quotes, a large format plotter is anywhere from $2,000 to $6,000. But even if you buy one on the lower end, you're going to have to buy a significant supply of ink, paper, and maybe some software. So we don't know. This is what I'm requesting. If we can get something a little bit less through our procurement process, then that would be great. But this is where we're currently at.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
Along this lines with the plotter, the printer, we can actually charge print service on it whenever we print for customers.
To cover our costs.
To cover our costs.
And it's covered for us. And there's some of the things the plotter can do. So, obviously the basic purpose of it is to do large format blueprints or plat plans, subdivision plans, that sort of thing. But it also has the opportunity, if we wanted to do, say, banners for an event, you can print anything from 3 foot wide for as long as you want to print. So if there's an event that the town puts on, it's something that could be used for that function as well.
And we just have very little time.
Okay,
to
I'll
wrap up.
very quick. So everything else is pretty much Dues and subscriptions, just very quickly, the reason that is, well, printing and publications, I don't know that we really need any additional costs there. The postage is going down because one of the things I found when I came into office or into the position is that under our ordinance, the applicant has to pay for their postage and mailings for notification. The town has been paying those for some reason, so we can reduce that cost. The big one here is enforcement actions. I'm gonna maintain that as the same, but I will tell you that $45,000 for enforcement actions, and that's for leading claims, that'll probably cover the first one that we do. And we probably need to do 10.
We always heard in the past it was about 20, but it may be.
The one that we have at the highest level is 2 properties joined together, 1 owner. The level is way beyond what a normal leading claim would be. So this will probably cover that first one. There's ways to recover costs. But again, then, until we get into actually going to court, doing the enforcement, doing the actions, if we have to do a foreclosure, if we have to do an auction of a property to recapture, that's gonna take a while to determine how that's going to function. So total increase is about $32,000. So very quickly then, one last.
So, Boston, right?
Here we go. So this is it. So the goal and intent of planning and zoning, more efficient services for development review and business license support. We are getting new businesses coming in at a really, really an exciting level right now. 5 projects I could talk about in detail. I won't now. I want to create an aggressive plan for nuisance abatement, economic development support. You heard me talk earlier about, economic development coming to town and saying, hey, do you want to put a proposal together? Those kinds of things to really align with our master plan goals, which are things like where interchanges might be, and then continue long-term and strategic planning. So I'll stand for any questions if we have time.
Commissioners, if we could, if you have brief questions, or we should probably move forward.
I'd like to defer until, because I want to get
Right.
Parks and Rec.
Absolutely, and I do want to come forward with a very long presentation, relatively long presentation in the future.
Okay, appreciate it, thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, Parks and Rec. You have a whole 7 minutes.
Well, we don't need 7 minutes. We're volunteers. We can do anything at a moment's notice. I apologize, I do not have a formal PowerPoint for you, but because we're volunteers. But we're doing our best. So what you have in front of you is our budget proposal for next year. It is significantly higher than our current budget because we anticipate next year we have a lot of fixing to do. As we all agree, the town's parks and rec facilities and fields are, other than the soccer field, are in bad shape. And as we all know, we're working heavily on Echo Ridge to get that project done by June. We have a lot of other projects and a lot of other contracts and things to work through. We have no changes in salaries or employee benefits. We trust the town to take care of all of that. We will get to travel. We expect our new park and rec manager. Have we announced that yet? Town manager? Have we announced him publicly? Oh,
No,
maybe not down.
I'm sorry, I was reading something else.
And that's our park and rec manager.
We were supposed to announce it, at the next meeting.
Okay, well then, whoever that person might be, we all know, we'll need to get out there because we want to belong to professional associations to know what the state-of-the-art best practices park and rec is. We want to have a wonderful program for the Stan-Happy town. When we get to property services, we have some things in there, outside maintenance to cover cleaning beats and things, because we expect maintenance to be very busy maintaining the town. And so when we have events, we may need to have a special help to clean up from all the other stuff. Plus, if you've gone to Batson Park, or you've gone out to any of our other sites, and we probably will have parks ready by next year or the year after. It's going to be a lot of brush work that Field maintenance, we increased that because, you need to do some field maintenance all across all of our fields, especially as we gain control or gain access to the community park field. We have great plans for that, as long as we're improving it for the school district. We move on to contracting services, attorney fees, we're just part of the town pool on that, and others are contract services. Just for example, if we go for the, Memorial Day activities, we're gonna have a tent rental, and we're gonna have other things that we need to rent, so we don't have a budget for that now. It would be good if we actually had a sizable budget for that. We need to go to the top of the next page, supplies, or the backside, I'm sorry. We try to save costs here, we try to be environmentally friendly in Park and Recs. Supplies, pretty much the same until we get to printed materials. We may have it in the wrong location here because, again, you have 7 volunteers trying to figure out how to do a budget. But, we do need printed materials because we have several brochures that we need to maintain, brochures for each of the town's different various services. For instance, when we talk about the Equine Center, when we talk about Bassett Park or anything, we want to have a very nice flyer that covers those places. We need some specialty flyers. And when we do events, we'll need to have printed materials for events. Operating costs, you'll notice is, significantly higher as well. You can read through it on our notes section. Pretty much, we're looking at an increased amount of activity in the Park and Recs department. And so going from 0 to 60 in a very short amount of time requires a little bit of effort and some greasing of the wheels to make that happen. The last one, capital purchases, yes, I know your job's going to drop on that one. And primarily because we realized that the equipment Park and Recs has to its name right now is a volleyball net, 3 swings, and some chalk. So we need a little bit more than that to do it down, and a lot of nice maps. But, what we want to do is we've discussed buying an all-terrain UTV so that as we're working with Echo Ridge, as we're working with Section 32, and even with this area of Section 16, our Park and Recs manager can actually access them. Because trying to get into Section 32 from the backside where we'll eventually put in roads and areas, unless you have a high-rise 4-wheel drive truck, you're not getting in there. So he needs to have some access. And again, he can carry a few tools with it, and he can do a lot of interesting things with it. And it's fun for the counselors to use to drive around it and enjoy it.
We have to take the defensive driving class, though.
I already did.
So we have one then. And then if you look down at the bottom, you'll say, my gosh, that's a slightly significant number. It is. Our goal is over the next year to make up for several years of negligence. And it's a hard task. We're lucky we have a very active committee that supports this town and our new town manager. We are going to do miracles, but we need the resources to do those miracles. And we've put some money in that might be offered by other departments. We realize that, but we wanted to make sure it was identified somewhere that would need to be done. We also realize that there are grants out there that would cover a large part of this. We don't have those grants yet. And we will spend next year working hard, or actually we're starting now, on getting grants. We expect that the 2024 budget will be significantly smaller than the budget you see here. So this is, if you will, call it our bubble budget. And we don't want to balloon anymore. We float high enough. I will be glad to take any questions you may ask in the remaining minute and a half.
Madam Chair.
Commissioner Anaya.
I don't see anything on here, and it should be a line item too, and that would be strictly under Echo Ridge Park.
Okay, I think that comes in the capital projects budget, actually, as we obtain funding.
For maintenance would be under that.
Oh, you're talking maintenance?
Maintenance in the park, yeah, that's what most of this is.
Okay. Well, that's a good question, because I saw some things on here that concerned me a little bit, because we have a maintenance department. So, and we're also going to require deposits for people that have events to where the sites need to be cleaned. But it's.
Again, we came to the best thing. If there were no other dollars available,
yeah,
this budget would be a good self-contained budget to do anything you expect our clerks to do.
Sure.
Mayor?
Yes.
I I sat with them when they reviewed the budget, and, their approach is, this is the maximum, and if we can, minimize it by using our town personnel for some of these things, definitely it will lower the budget. But, we wanted to, not, count on other, reduction of the expenses for them,
I
for the Parks and
understand.
Rec.
Okay.
So that, there's a good feasibility that, a lot of this could be, especially, they are, discussing going after as much, grants as possible.
Mm-hmm.
That is their intention. I think they have capable people who can, go for the grants and get, grants, approved.
Even in the trails, from the Economic Development Department, they have so much money right now to allocate out, for trails, and the utility vehicle comes to mind that I should find out if that falls into that grant, because it may. And that is a very, very good idea, that we need to be able to have access through there. Commissioner Powers, you're gonna say something?
I just want to say, I realize that you said that other departments could pick up a lot of this, so that goes into efficiency and how we get all this done.
Yes.
But I appreciate you identifying all that. You guys are doing a wonderful job. Really
Thank you.
appreciate
Thank
your
you.
participation.
Any questions?
I don't think so.
We appreciate your service.
Thank you.
Thank you for serving. And everyone today, appreciate your patience with the time, and I think we didn't do too bad. I think the information was well put together, and in between now and the next budget workshop, if commissioners, you have feedback for administration, please let them know. And Tuesday, we'll go ahead and set the second budget workshop when we have everyone here. Commissioner Donner actually did let us know that he's sick, so he's ill. He's been traveling, and with little kids, he picked something up, so couldn't be here today. But we'll be able to schedule the next special meeting for the budget workshop Tuesday when we know when everyone is available. And then at that point, we will be making some decisions, I think, on what we are willing to do or not do. So commissioners, if there's anything in the meantime that you want more information on, please don't hesitate to ask the Kay and Stephanie to have the department heads actually calculate those things. One of the frustrations to me would be that I would ask, as an individual counselor, for example, the loyalty pay, I would ask the clerk, but then it never actually came with estimates and everything. So I want to make sure that these commissioners, if they have ideas, that it is addressed by the administration and brought forward to the public as a valid idea, and that nobody's voice is just stomped out. So commissioners, if you do have anything, please let the administration know. Go ahead, Commissioner Powers.
I've just got one other thing. I know we're short on time. We didn't get to IT, but it has got to be a priority to solve our issues with sound and video with these meetings, so just to make it where people can really participate and it's clear and the audio is good.
Right, and as I said, we'll put IT off to the next budget meeting. I know we've seen 2 presentations from Jesus recently, so I agree completely. It is high priority for the safety of our IT as well. So we'll address that too then. Thank you, Jesus.
Thank you.
All right, we'll go ahead and adjourn. Thanks, everyone.
So moved.
1:33.
You got a meeting?